What happened? एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट वाला,
है ना? You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships.
What happened? एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट वाला,
है ना? You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the missions, Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships.
What happened? एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट वाला,
है ना? You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training. You were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल कमांड. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल, अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
Away from launch. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Lift off normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है फैमिली बैकग्राउंड ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू यू नो समबडी बिकमिंग एन ऑफिसर इन द इंडियन नेवी।
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर।
भाई
भाई
हाय, वेलकम टू द गौरव आर्या शो। हम फिर से आए हैं एक नए गेस्ट के साथ विद अनदर गेस्ट विद अ यूनिक सेट ऑफ एक्सपीरियंसेस और आपको इनकी कहानी सुनने में मजा आएगा। इसमें थोड़ा सा तड़का क्राइम का है, थोड़ा सा तड़का यूनियन का है और थोड़ा सा तड़का इंडियन नेवी का है। ये जबरदस्त कहानी और कहानी है लेफ्टिनेंट कमांडर विजय नायर की। लेफ्टिनेंट कमांडर विजय नायर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद यहाँ पे आने के लिए और हमारी शो में आने के लिए। वेरी वार्म वेलकम।
थैंक यू सर। आपको नहीं पता है कि मैं कितना बड़ा फैन हूँ सर, पहले तो आपका। एंड जैसे बोलते हैं ना सर, एक बड़ा सा वो एक दिन होगा आज मेरे लिए जो मेरे लाइव हिस्ट्री में होगा कि मैंने आज गौरव आर्या सर से मिला। दैट्स अ प्रिविलेज सर।
नो, यू इंटरव्यूड मी लास्ट टाइम, टुडे आई एम इंटरव्यूइंग यू, ठीक है?
जब मैंने आपका इंटरव्यू किया, आई वाज ऑलवेज इन अ गूज बम्प्स।
No, very very kind of you to say that.
You are so revered in amongst us, sir.
थैंक यू वेरी मच। अच्छा, एक बात बताइए ना, ये आपकी स्टोरी जो है फैमिली बैकग्राउंड ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू यू नो समबडी बिकमिंग एन ऑफिसर इन द इंडियन नेवी। बिल्कुल, जिसको कहते हैं ना पोल्स अपार्ट। बॉम्बे के रहने वाले हैं आप?
हाँ सर, एकदम पक्का हार्डकोर मुंबईट।
अच्छा।
तो मेरे शायद हिंदी में भी वो आएगा जैसे मैं बात करता हूँ।
हाँ।
सो मेरा जन्म मुंबई में हुआ था सर। एक सबब है भांडुप एंड यू नो आई कम फ्रॉम अ वेरी हम्बल बैकग्राउंड से हूँ सर। लाइक फादर वाज अ टैक्सी ड्राइवर अर्लियर व्हेन ही स्टार्टेड हिज करियर। फिर एक नौकरी मिली, फिर वहाँ पर टिपिकल मलयाली सर, वो ब्लड में कम्युनिज्म एंड देन अपना ही चाहते थे। एक औरा था उनका, तो ये यूनियन लीडर बन गए वहाँ के। एंड देन मेरे जो चाचा हैं सर, तो हम जो मेरी घर था दैट वाज 150 स्क्वायर फीट का घर था। 150 स्क्वायर फीट मतलब अभी जहाँ हम बैठे थे सर, वो मेरा घर था।
अच्छा।
करीब उम्र के 22 साल तक, टिल आई जॉइंड नेवी। तो मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर। So, भाई सर, बॉम्बे के
प्रॉपर
भाई सर। तो ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज। एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ, तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर। मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर। क्योंकि ऑरा, बंदूक एंड जो ठाट बाट होता है सर एक भाइयों का, जब बॉम्बे के भाई 90s के।
अच्छा।
आप जानते हो, मतलब दैट ऑरा सर।
मैंने फिल्मों में देखा है।
आपने फिल्म, मैंने तो सर घर पे देखा है।
अच्छा।
तो हमारे घर पे एक ऐसे सेक्शन होता था जहाँ सलिया, हॉकी और वो ना कट्टा वगैरह होता था, बट लीगली नहीं। तो आई हैव सीन दैट ऑरा। तो मुझे हमेशा था पूरा टशन में रहना है, बंदूकों से प्यार था। बट मम्मी बहुत
कहते हैं भाई बनने का,
भाई एकदम। आज भी यू नो पीपल रिकॉग्नाइज कि उनके भतीजे हैं टाइप्स, तो वो आज भी है सर। आज यूज नहीं करता, आज तो फौजी हो गए। तो दैट वाज द ऑरा सर। बट मम्मी ने बहुत रोल प्ले किया। उनको पता था कि ये सब बिगड़ जाएंगे, 3 लड़के हम। तो मम्मी ने हमेशा हमें शील्ड करके रखा कि इंसान बनो करके, यू नो, नॉट लाइक
बिकम अ गुड ह्यूमन बीइंग।
बिकम अ गुड ह्यूमन बीइंग, ये नहीं कि मारो पीटो ठोको किसी को टाइप्स। बट उनकी भी मजबूरी थी। व्हेन ही बिकेम अ गैंगस्टर, probably he came to work in Mumbai. Typical film sir, कि किसी ने कॉर्नर कर दिया, किसी ने मारा, and then he also became like that. But ठीक है,
बंदा मजबूरी में रिस्पॉन्ड करता है।
मजबूरी में, and those days opportunities इतने नहीं थी।
Correct.
Then he was encountered when he was 37 sir.
Oh, okay.
So, pretty unfortunate, but वो जर्नी थी तब। मैं किसी को बताता हूँ ना, मैं तो पहले तो लोग डरते, अफसर कैसे बन गया।
अच्छा, फिर कैसा, हाउ इंडियन नेवी, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे यू सॉ शिप्स, व्हाट हैपेंड?
सो सर, जहाँ मैं रहता था, मेरे घर के पास एक नेवल कैंट है। नेवल कैंट इन नेवल सिविलियन कैंट, बॉम्बे में नेवल डॉकयार्ड जिसको बोलते हैं। वहाँ के जो काम करते हैं वर्कर्स, सुपरवाइजर्स, वो वहाँ रहते थे। तो हम उसको लग के स्लम्स में रहते थे पीछे। तो हमारा संडे का एक्टिविटी ये होता था कि अंदर कैसे जाए ट्रेस पास करके, बिकॉज उनके पास ग्राउंड, टिपिकल कैंटोनमेंट, बड़ा सा ग्राउंड। बॉम्बे में तो इतने छोटे छोटे जगह, और हमें उनसे ना बहुत जलन होती थी कि साले इनके पास साला ग्राउंड कैसे है करके,
है ना?
सो हम लोग ना ट्रेस पास करके अंदर से जाते थे। वी न्यू कि किसको कैसे कहाँ से ये
दैट
करना।
सेंस ऑफ स्पेस वो मुंबई में नहीं है।
मुंबई में नहीं है सर।
हाँ।
और जब हम अंदर जाते हैं तो ऐसे लगता है साला ये तो एक अलग ही दुनिया है, यहाँ पर ग्राउंड है, हॉस्पिटल है, लोग ठाट बाट में रहते हैं। फिर हम क्रिकेट खेलने जाते थे तो करीब 15-20 टाइम में 2 बार पकड़े जाते थे। प्रॉपर टाइप रगड़ा होती थी अंदर। वो लोग जो नेवल प्रोवोस्ट थे वो लोग रगड़ा देते थे। एक बार ऐसे हुआ हंचिंग रोलिंग, लेकिन एटीट्यूड एकदम वैसी रहा हमेशा सर कि 20 में 18 बार तो खेल पाते हैं, 2 बार पकड़े गए तो क्या करके। सो दैट वाज द एटीट्यूड ऑलवेज, आज तक वैसे ही है सर। एंड एक बार ऐसे हुआ सर, जब पकड़े गए तो एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर। बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, यहाँ से एप्यूलेट एंड सम रिबन्स, और लेफ्टिनेंट, प्रोवोस्ट लेफ्टिनेंट, कैप, ये गॉगल, एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला। And I was like, माँ कसम साला यही लाइफ है करके,
है ना?
you know?
Hero like
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. So ये एक बड़ा, this was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में। एंड इंसिडेंटली आपको याद होगा सर, दोज डेज एक सीरियल चलती थी फौजी, शाहरुख की, उसने बहुत इन्फ्लुएंस किया लाइफ में। फिर आया कि अच्छा फौजी, नेवी, आर्मी ये सब सेम ही होते हैं करके। तो पहला इंक्लिनेशन वाज फौजी, ग्रीन, ऑलिव, कैमोफ्लेज, बट ये इंसिडेंट के बाद इट वाज ऑलवेज नेवी सर, एंड दैट इज हाउ द जर्नी स्टार्टेड।
ऑल्सो मुंबई
ओशियन सर हम देखते थे, और हमारे
आर्मी का प्रेजेंस है लेकिन इट्स वेरी लिमिटेड
सर, मोस्टली नेवी, और इनको तो हम आए दिन देखते थे।
हाँ।
सो हमारा ये था कि साला इनके पास पैसा है करके, बाकी हमको कुछ लेना देना है, छोटे लोग थे सर। ये था कि ठाट बाट में रहते हैं करके, घर के अंदर इनके बाथरूम और ये सब है करके, हमारे पास नहीं था सर।
घर के अंदर बाथरूम है वो बहुत बड़े आते हैं।
हाँ, टॉयलेट और ये सब ना बॉम्बे में सर, बिकॉज व्हेन यू लिव इन अ चॉल एंड स्लम्स, आप 25 घर के इसके यू हैव 1 टॉयलेट एंड थिंग्स लाइक दैट, 3-4। सो वी ऑलवेज वांटेड लाइफ में, जिंदगी में और बहुत चाह नहीं थी सर। कभी ये था कि ना यहाँ से उठ के एक ऐसा घर हो जिसमें एक बाथरूम और टॉयलेट हो। दैट वाज द ओनली एम्बिशन, सो दैट यू नो टू गिव आवर मदर, and she was whatever I am today, she's what
of course
she made,
बिल्कुल,
and of course my girlfriend who's now my wife।
अच्छा
so वो एक ये था सर।
अच्छा, तो नेवी फिर कैसे, किसने आइडिया दे के यार नेवी?
तो सर मैं हमेशा एक सुपर पावर में बिलीव करता हूँ सर, भगवान में भरोसा बहुत रखता हूँ, फैनेटिक नहीं हूँ, बट एक है कि सुपर पावर है। सो आई ऑलवेज बिलीव एक प्रेजेंस उनका हमेशा रहता है। तो जब ये सारी इंसिडेंट हुई तो फिर पहला क्वेश्चन ये था कि जाएं कहाँ, कैसे जाएं करके। तो मेरे स्कूल के 2 फ्रेंड्स थे, उसमें एक लड़के ने कहा कि मेरा जो चाचा है वो शायद नेवी में, उसको पता भी नहीं था, सफ़ेद कपड़ा पहनता है करके, वो अभी छुट्टी पे आएंगे एंड हम चलते हैं मिलने। तो हमने स्कूल वगैरह बंक की सर। और उस ज़माने में आपको पता होगा, आज तो मेरी डॉटर बोलती है अरे बंक एंड ऑल स्कूल, तभी हमारे ज़माने में बंक करके पकड़े गए तो धो दिए पेरेंट्स ने, वैसे वाला। तो हम बंक करके गए उनसे मिलने। एंड सर जैसे मैंने कहा कि भगवान का एक प्रेजेंस होता है, ही टर्न्ड आउट टू बी अ नेवल ऑफिसर, प्रॉपर टाइप, लेफ्टिनेंट कमांडर, अ सीनियर गाय, दैट टू फ्रॉम द स्पेशल फोर्सेस टाइप्स। उन्होंने बताया कि अगर आपको नेवी या आर्मी या एयरफोर्स ज्वाइन करना तो आपको एक एनडीए नाम का एक एग्जाम होता है, वो भी नहीं पता था, छोटे स्कूल से थे।
You ran into a Marcos?
And luckily I ran into a Marcos sir।
अच्छा,
वो बंदा उसके थे,
और उसके रिश्तेदार को ये नहीं पता कि ये नेवी का ऑफिसर है,
कोई तो है,
कोई
कपड़ा पहनता है
शायद नेवी में।
एंड मेरे लिए ये था कि ऑफिसर निकला, तो ही गाइडेड मी कि एनडीए होता है, एंड यू नो, एंड स्कूल वगैरह। आई कम फ्रॉम वेरी स्मॉल स्कूल, जहाँ बोलते हैं ना सर कि एक ट्रस्ट का स्कूल था, नॉट फ्रॉम कॉन्वेंट, एकदम प्रॉपर टाइप, एकदम छोटा सा स्कूल, जहाँ अगर आपने इंग्लिश बोल दिया तो पीछे बैठ के ताली बजाते, और ये साला अंग्रेजी बोलता है करके, यू नो, दो इट वाज ए इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल। तो इतना डिजास्टर था। एक छोटा सा इंसिडेंट है, व्हेन आई वेंट टू 11th स्टैंडर्ड, तो ये स्कूल से हम एक बड़े कॉलेज में गए, जूनियर कॉलेज, गुड, आई वाज अ डिसेंट स्टूडेंट। तो वहाँ ये रोज डे ये सब होता है सर, तो जहाँ लड़कियों को फूल देते हैं एंड ऑल। तो नाउ माई ब्रदर इन लॉ इज़ अ गुड फ्रेंड, तो वी ऑल वे क्लासमेट्स। तो किसी ने बोला कि वो लड़की को जाके रोज दे दो और यू नो डिसेंट, तुम भी डिसेंट दिखते हो, वो बहुत प्यारी लगती है, दे दो। तो मैं फूल लेकर उसके पास गया और मैंने उसको बोला यू लुक हैंडसम करके उसने वो फूल से वहीं मारा, स्टूपिड। सो दैट वाज माय इंग्लिश, यू नो। एंड देन जब ये पता चला कि एनडीए वगैरह है, फर्स्ट थिंग वाज कि कैसे होगा करके ये सब, यू नो, यू हैव अ टिपिकल ये कि ये सब फौजी के बच्चों के लिए बना हुआ है, हमारे लिए कुछ भी नहीं है करके। एंड दैट वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम आई केम टू नो। फिर एग्जाम लिखा सर, डिसेंट स्टूडेंट थे, आई क्लियर्ड द एग्जाम, आई वेंट टू एसएसबी। जब एसएसबी में पहुंचा तो पूरा माहौल अलग, एंड इतनी इन्फीरियोरिटी हुई सर कि साला एक जोड़ा कपड़े लेके गए और यहाँ तो पीपल आर विद स्कार्फ एंड यू नो जो बच्चे आते हैं। बट बोला कि एटीट्यूड है सर, वही भाई वाला एटीट्यूड है, देखते हैं होता क्या कर। सो आई गेव सर, कैसे टूटा फूटा इंग्लिश में आई कुड मैनेज दैट मच, एंड लकीली आई वाज सेलेक्टेड इन दैट एसएसबी में शॉर्ट लिस्ट हुआ। बट वो सपनों का टूटना होता है ना सर, इट वॉज अ शॉर्ट लिव ड्रीम फॉर 5 days. On the 5th day I was medically out sir, आँख के लिए।
अच्छा अच्छा।
And then I came back, everything collapsed for me. That's how sir, वो जर्नी वहीं ख़त्म हो गई। एंड फादर वॉज वेरी अपसेट बिकॉज उनके लिए वो नौकरी थी सर, मेरे लिए वो जज्बा था। फॉर हिम इट वॉज अ जॉब कि एक लड़का सही हो जाएगा, फ्री में सब कुछ हो जाएगा इसका करके। एंड ही वॉज वेरी अनॉयड। देन ही सेड कुछ नहीं, अब साला ग्रेजुएशन करो, नौकरी मैं लगा के दूंगा मेरे का। ही वॉज यूनियन लीडर एंड थिंग्स लाइक दैट। फिर मैंने इंजीनियरिंग की सर, तो मेरा इंजीनियरिंग भी जो था कि यू नो फिनेंशियली वी कुड नॉट मैनेज, सो आई स्टडीड विद द हेल्प ऑफ एन एनजीओ एंड अ ट्रस्ट, एंड आई वेंट फॉर 4 years इंजीनियरिंग। पहला 2 साल डिजास्टर था सर, बहुत सब्जेक्ट में फेल हुए क्योंकि मन कहीं और था। एनडीए में मेरे कोर्समेट्स थे सारे जो भी पास हुए थे। सो फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर आई गॉट 8 पेपर में से 5 में फेल हुए, सेकेंड सेमेस्टर सेम थिंग। फिर ऐसे डिजास्टर चलता रहा। बॉम्बे यूनिवर्सिटी की एक खास बात है सर, वो आपको पीछे रहने नहीं देंगे, बोले साला जितना भी पेपर है लेके चलो आगे करके। सो दैट वाज द ब्यूटी। एंड देन 3rd year आई सॉ दिस नोटिस सर, शॉर्ट सर्विस टेक का हमारे कॉलेज में लगाया था। फिर से वो गोल मिल गया सर, बोले एक बार और ट्राई करते, और ये बार नेवी का था प्रॉपर टाइप। एंड देन दी जर्नी स्टार्टेड। ओनली रिक्वायरमेंट है 4 सेमेस्टर में आपको फर्स्ट क्लास चाहिए था लास्ट का। आई वाज लाइक पहला 4 सेमेस्टर में तो लग गई हमारी, अब ये 4 देखते हैं करके। एंड देन इवेंचुअली आई कुड 4 सेमेस्टर में फर्स्ट क्लास।
बूस्टर चाहिए होता है,
बूस्टर चाहिए होता है सर लाइफ में।
नेवी का पोस्टर देख लिया, बोला यार
पोस्टर देख लिया, यस
आई हैव टू रीच देयर।
एंड आई टॉप द कॉलेज इन द लास्ट सेमेस्टर। फिर मैंने एसएसबी दी सर, और फिर एसएसबी क्लियर। मेडिकली सेम इशू आया, बट इट वाज अ वेरी माइनर इशू। आज भी सर मैं चश्मे नहीं पहनता हूँ। एंड देन लकीली इट वाज एन एयरफोर्स ऑफिसर हु वाज अ मेडिकल ऑफिसर। पहले वाला आर्मी वाला था, तो इसलिए खुंदक कभी कभी होती है आर्मी वालों
आर्मी वाला से।
सॉरी टू यू दैट।
नहीं कोई बात।
सो बट दैट्स हाउ द जर्नी सर। तो इसलिए भगवान है सर,
है ना?
दैट जर्नी फ्रॉम चॉल टू and naval academy
Acha, then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training, you were commissioned
sir,
and then Kargil happens.
Exactly sir,
Kargil हो गया।
हाँ यही टाइम था सर। ऑफ तलवार। तो बहुत लोगों को ये नहीं पता है सर, अभी भी कुछ दिन पहले someone was asking me कि आप नेवी में हो तो कारगिल वॉर में कैसे, जहाज कैसे पहुंच गया वहां पर, यू नो दिस इज द अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ पीपल। तो
जहाज कारगिल कैसे
पहुंच गया। आई वाज लाइक, मैं कसवर्ड अब यहाँ नहीं बोलूंगा, बट आई वाज लाइक कम ऑन, ये नॉलेज है लोगों का करके। आई मीन आई डोंट ब्लेम एनीबडी किसी को। सो जैसे हम एकेडमी से पास आउट हुए सर, पीओपी वगैरह होके, वी जैसे आप लोग यू गो फॉर योर वायो कोर्स, वी गो फॉर आवर सब कोर्सेस। इट इज कॉल्ड सब कोर्सेस, सेम एज वायो। 3 वीक जाते हैं एक यूनिट में। 2-3 वायो कोर्स हो गए, 2-3 सब कोर्स हो गए। देन सडनली ये हुआ कि जो आपकी शिप की ट्रेनिंग होने वाली थी पहले आगे, यू हैव टू गो नाउ, कोई रीजन नहीं। एंड कारगिल वॉर वॉज एट पीक दैट टाइम। वी वेर एज अ यंग 22 years old, हमें पता था कि कुछ हो रहा है।
एडवांस हो गया मामला।
हाँ,
बोला कि पहले बाद में जाना था, अभी चले जाओ।
हाँ अभी चले जाओ। और हम इंटरेस्टेड भी नहीं थे, ठीक है वॉर हो रहा है, आर्मी वाले कर रहे हैं, ठीक है फाइन। अपन अभी पास हुए एकेडमी से, बाइक अभी आया है, यू नो रेबैंस एंड यूथ। आपको लगता है कि आप ही सबसे हैंडसम हो दुनिया में ना वो एज में।
ये रेबैंस वाला एक बात बताऊं मैं आपको, ये रेबैंस वाली प्रॉब्लम सब में है।
हाँ,
दिस इज सच अ बिग प्रॉब्लम आर्मी नेवी एयरफोर्स एवरीबॉडी एविएटर्स लगा के ना सबके सब जो एकेडमी से पास आउट होगा ना सबसे पहला
एग्जैक्टली सर, वो पैटर्न है शायद,
वो पैटर्न है, सब ठक एविएटर्स लगा
वो
के।
कैंटीन में यूआरसी में जाओ जो 2,500-3,000 का लो, एंड देन यू फील यू आर द मोस्ट हैंडसम गाय।
हाँ, टॉम क्रूज सब।
टॉम क्रूज।
अच्छा, फिर
देन फिर जब पता भी नहीं था कि हम यहाँ जा रहे करके, सो व्हेन आई केम टू शिप सर, इट वाज अ शिप इन मुंबई, इट वाज अ ईस्टर्न फ्लीट। सो जस्ट टू गिव यू एक बैकग्राउंड मैं यहाँ देना चाहूँगा सर, ऑपरेशन जो कारगिल वॉर हम बोलते हैं, दैट इज प्रिडोमिनेंटली इट्स अ ट्राई सर्विसेज वॉर। बहुत लोगों को नहीं पता है, एवरीवन से कारगिल, इवन द कारगिल, बिकॉज मेनली द थिंग्स हैपेंड देयर, वहाँ पर हुआ। अदरवाइज इट इज अ ट्राई सर्विसेज वॉर, जिसको आर्मी द name was Operation Vijay, but Navy fought it as Operation Talwar and Air Force as Operation Safed Sagar sir. तो Air Force and Army सब जगह दिखती है सर, Navy is always a silent force. अब जब history लो 65, 62, 71 was the war where we were everywhere, Navy was everywhere, and then of course 99. So we were the silent बोलते हैं ना force sir. तो जब मैं शिप में लैंड हुआ,
साइलेंट क्या है, यू गाइस बर्न्ड कराची हार्बर, और कितना साइलेंट होना है और क्या होना है,
वो 71 का तो अलग ही किस्सा है सर।
हाँ।
तो व्हेन आई जॉइंड द शिप, एंड मेरे लिए फर्स्ट टाइम था सर, फर्स्ट डे आई एम गोइंग ऑन अ शिप। ट्रेनिंग में भी हमें सिर्फ बाहर से दिखाते थे, एकेडमी से लेकर क्या चाहिए जहाज है करके। जब मैं वहाँ ज्वाइन किया तो माहौल एकदम अलग था सर। मिसाइल्स, यू नो, आई वॉज इन अ मिसाइल कॉर्वेट, तो मिसाइल्स लगी है विद अ वॉर हेड, एंड पीपल आर बिजी, नॉर्मल लोग नहीं लग रहे थे, एकदम टेंस है, एवरीवन इज रनिंग अराउंड। एंड मुझे भी जब मैंने बोला कि मैं रिपोर्ट करने आया, बोला ठीक है करके, यू नो ये है। एंड आई मेट दी, मेरा जो सीनियर था उसको, तो बोलते ओके, विच डजंट हैपन लाइक दैट, क्योंकि द मोमेंट एक वो जूनियर आता है सब खुश हो जाता है, अरे बकरा आ गया टाइप। यहाँ किसी के पास टाइम नहीं, बोलते वो समवन विल शो यू। तो मेरा तो ये हाल था सर, बंक नहीं था सोने के लिए, बिकॉज शिप में ऑलरेडी शिप्स कंपनी थी, काफ़ी कुछ हम ट्रेनिंग ऑफिसर करके जा रहे थे, बट प्रोबेबली नेवी थॉट दैट इनको भी एक एक्सपीरियंस दिया जाए करके। और मैं सर एक मिसाइल रूम में सोता था नीचे, एक PLCP बोल के कंपार्टमेंट होता वहाँ पर। एंड नेक्स्ट डे हम लोग वी वर सपोज टू मीट, ट्रेडिशन होता है सर नेवी का कि आप जब शिप ज्वाइन करते हो तो कैप्टन के साथ ब्रेकफास्ट होता है, दैट इज़ अ ट्रेडिशन, एनीवन हु ज्वाइन। एंड माई कैप्टन वॉज टाइगर मलान, जिसको बोलते थे, रवि मलान सर। नाउ ही इज नो मोर सर, कैंसर से ही पास्ड अवे फ्यू ईयर्स बैक। ही वॉज फेरोशियस, टाइगर बोलते सब। मैं जब ऊपर बोला ब्रेकफास्ट को, आज ऑल द बेस्ट टाइप। सो व्हेन आई वेंट टू हिम, ही आस्क्ड मी फ्यू क्वेश्चन, देन पूछा कि इंग्लिश में पूछा, सन डू यू नो किधर जा रहे हैं करके। आई वॉज नहीं सर, मैं तो ट्रेनिंग को आया हूँ, आई वॉज नॉट डूइंग एनीथिंग। तो बोलते नहीं, वी आर गोइंग फॉर द वेरी फेमस कारगिल वॉर, इफ यू नो, and this is Operation Talwar, and हमारी ship भी part of that. We were from the Eastern Fleet. विशाखापट्टनम का ship था which had come here.
So Eastern Fleet, you came to the west.
Yes sir. So Operation Talwar ऐसा एक war था, I mean Navy participated, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ, इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल कमांड।
Has to be because west is Pakistan.
Exactly.
Pakistan is there.
Exactly.
So Karachi and Bin Qasim port and everything.
Exactly
is there.
sir. सो वाइजैक से जो भी थे सब यहाँ आ गए, सदर्न से जो थे यहाँ आ गए, तो वेस्ट पे देवे 33 शिप्स। एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना सर, मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता सर, लगती है पहले इट वॉज फियर सर कि साला 22 साल एंड अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस यू नो पर्सनल इमोशन, एंड देयर इज अ गर्लफ्रेंड, और आप बोल रहे हो वॉर में जाओ करके, यू नो यू नेवर नो व्हाट हैपेंस, ऑल दोस थिंग्स। बट धीरे सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके, एंड यू आर सो लकी।
Why did you join the Indian Navy?
Why did you join the Indian Navy? You are so lucky. You are a short service commission officer. You are coming a technical officer, और आपको मौका मिला है, you know, after 1971. एंड व्हेन वी वेंट सर, पूरा माहौल देखकर उसके बाद यूफोरिया हो गया सर कि अब देखेंगे क्या करें एज ए यंग ऑफिसर। एंड यू कुड सी द डिफरेंस, पूरे जहाज में आपने देखा कि यू नो एवरीवन वाज डेडिकेटेड टुवर्ड्स दैट कॉज, बट किसको मालूम नहीं था हम करने वाले क्या है करके, बिकॉज आर्मी वाज फाइटिंग, कैप्टन बत्रास, विक्रम बत्रा सर हैड फॉलन इन लाइन। जब वो रिले हुआ था, जब शिप में मैसेज आता है, टेलीफैक्स एंड ऑल दोस थिंग, that time we know कि okay captain batra जिसने बोला था दिल मांगे मोर, he has you know martyred today. So that was the emotion running, and then we were close to Okha sir, if you know Okha, दैट इज द क्लोजेस्ट टू कराची एंड हमें ऐसे था कि ठोक देंगे सर करके 1971 वाज टू रिपीट वी ऑल वे प्रेटी एक्साइटेड कि ऐसे होता था कि हम तो जूनियर मोस्ट थे तो पूछते थे कब मारेंगे टाइप्स ना ऐसे जाके ना सीनियर को कब ठोकना है बट इट वाज एन एक्सपीरियंस सर 30-35 डेज वी वे देयर इन एंड आउट एंड मेरा एक फेमस इन वन पॉडकास्ट आई हैड सेड कि कराची तो इतने पास था फ्लाइंग किस मारता तो साला उड़ जाता करके सो दैट इज someone had caught that in one of the podcast and it became so it was that close but fortunately unfortunately that didn't happen by that time I think Pakistan had already realized Navy ने सर उनका पूरा रूट कट ऑफ किया सी वी अनाउंस टू द वर्ल्ड हम चुप नहीं बैठे थे कि हम यहाँ छुप के बैठे हैं वी अनाउंस टू द वर्ल्ड दैट देयर आर 33 ships on your mouth कुछ भी हो के हम ठोक देंगे करके दैट वाज द फर्वर व्हिच एडमिरल
Did your seniors tell you about 71?
yeah sir
I think it was called Operation Python, no? One of the
so Trident and Python sir.
Trident and Python, na? Two operations.
Exactly.
A few days apart.
Few days apart sir like 4th 3rd and 4th December 8th and 9th
It
December
na hafta less than a
भर
week.
का ये
उसी में
and
हो गया था पूरा.
71 was a war which was Navy's war like अगर आप देखो army was doing everything
Even in the eastern sector, aircraft carrier taking off
sir
boom, पूरा.
फिर कॉक्स बाजार and
हाँ
all
बिल्कुल
those.
बिल्कुल नेवी ने तो
And
नेवी carpeted everything.
carpeted and the
Probably,
best part which nobody knows बहुत लोग को नहीं पता है सर there was something called Operation X which Navy did which was the marine commandos the selected marine commandos ये लोग जाके बांग्लादेशी यंगस्टर्स कुछ 19-20 साल के कुछ close to 100 to 200 youngsters
East Pakistani at that time.
East Pakistan they trained them for 3 years for the the naval warfare for the marine commando operation and this way the people who bombed the entire east coast के जो भी ships थे पाकिस्तान के they had lost some 100 to 200 ships छोटे बड़े and that was done by the marine commando and that was a part of this operation ये बहुत कम लोग को मालूम है सर उसमें चिमन सिंह जो है he was महावीर चक्र for that so हर तरह से नेवी was there या aircraft carrier marine commando
But you're best known for Karachi, na?
we are best known for
No,
Karachi
that is something which is part of legend now.
sir exactly so people say लोगों को एक myth है कि थर्ड और फोर्थ को जब हमने कराची जलाया था that is what is the Navy Day but it is a culmination of so many activity Navy वो पूरा पहले उसके पहले सर Navy Day was 15 December को celebrate होता था उसके पहले long back then Navy said कि नहीं there should be an event a day to commemorate this तो ये सारा event मिलके that is how of course we lost Kukri in that but we did take Ghazi and many others sir so
PNS Ghazi
PNS Ghazi sir जिसपे फिल्म भी बन गई बाद में so that was the prowess of Navy sir naval aircrafts were there then all 3-dimension force were there that time so 71 was a big thing 99 yes could have been the same hota but
It's a question of somebody in the political hierarchy pulling the trigger and saying
exactly
go,
sir exactly
So you're there 30-35 ships
Exactly.
Somebody says go and
boom. Karachi goes boom and हमने यहाँ तक later there are a couple of books also and there is statement by the Pakistani Navy chief at कि हमारे कंट्री में सिर्फ 6 दिन का फ्यूल और ये बचा था करके and that probably was one of those reasons one of the many reasons they pulled out because आगे क्या करते हैं सर ऐसी हालत हो जाती है उनकी so
नहीं पर जब उनके पास 71 में उनकी आर्मी के पास पाकिस्तान आर्मी के पास 1 महीने का एम्यूनेशन था
then also of course
I don't know why they surrendered yeah
so that was the thing
will to fight भी होती है ना
will to fight होती है
soldiering की whether you're seaman soldier airman does not if you do not you can have the best weapons in the world and they had American weapons yeah.
exactly sir
but the will to fight is not
will to fight because I was reading a blog of a Pakistani major who's written about Kargil war वो यही बोल रहा था कि सर एक तरफ इंडियन आर्मी और उनके जो बंदे हैं सोल्जर्स एंड ऑफिसर्स उनका मोरल उनका एवरीथिंग वाज सो हाई और एक तरफ हमारे लोग जो वी वेर विलिंग बट ना गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट ना दे वेर
Recognition
नॉट
नहीं था।
इवन रेडी टू क्लेम कि तुम फौजी हो करके
तो डेड बॉडीज उनकी क्लेम नहीं करेंगे
exactly
obviously
so that was a very vlog which showcased so many of our people like Vikram Batra sir or Anuj or Acharya sir or they were saying they were ferocious
Archie so was my senior in the
अरे
academy.
Archie sir okay sir.
was my senior in the academy to Rajrif na
to Rajrif
yeah Archie sir Mahavir Chakra so what's happening nowadays आजकल क्या चल रहा है what are you doing nowadays
So I currently work. I finished my commission. I served for 10 years, sir, from 99 2009, and I could have taken permanent commission, but of course there are so many things which bounds you. So today I work with the National Classification Society, sir. That's the shipping. I'm into shipping only,
Achha.
and I head one of the divisions, compliance division there. और बाकी तो सर आज भी फौजी हैं सर, वैसी मतलब वैसी वही जज्बा वही है, वही गाली गलौज वो सब कुछ
कभी
चलता है
मन में
सर।
वो भाई वाली फीलिंग आती है?
अभी भी सर, वो तो भाई तो हमेशा है सर, बीवी के सामने नहीं चलता है, बाकी सबके
बाकी
सामने
सामने ठोक देंगे सबको. चलो, thank you so much,
Right,
Lieutenant
sir, right,
Commander Bijay Nair, for speaking to us. An
Thank you so
honor and a
much, sir.
privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, आपने देखा ना क्या लेफ्टिनेंट कमांडर साहब ने स्टोरी बताई, कहाँ से मुंबई के एक चाल से, एक स्लम से आए, छोटा सा एक जगह जहां पे सब लोग रहते थे अपने भाइयों के साथ, और किस तरीके से इंडियन नेवी में और किस तरीके से ऑपरेशन तलवार की इन्होंने स्टोरी सुनाई. ये एपिसोड देखने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दोस्तों. मैं फिर अगले हफ्ते आऊंगा एक और हीरो के साथ, एक और अचीवर के साथ. अपना और अपने परिवार का ध्यान रखिएगा. टिल देन, टेक केयर. जय हिंद. Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training. You were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना सर, मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल, अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस यू नो पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
That's away from launch. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है, फैमिली बैकग्राउंड, ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है, एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू यू नो समबडी बिकमिंग एन ऑफिसर इन द इंडियन नेवी.
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर.
भाई
भाई सर, बॉम्बे के
प्रॉपर भाई.
प्रॉपर भाई सर. तो ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज, एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर. मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan-2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है, फैमिली बैकग्राउंड, ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है, एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू यू नो समबडी बिकमिंग एन ऑफिसर इन द इंडियन नेवी.
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर.
भाई
भाई सर, बॉम्बे के
प्रॉपर भाई.
प्रॉपर भाई सर. तो ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज, एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर. मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training, you were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
It's 11 a.m. We continue to be live and breaking. Here's a look at the top headlines this Sunday morning. Yamuna water level recedes. No respite yet for the citizens of the national capital. Taxpayers suffer. National capital remains waterlogged. AAP versus BJP blame game politics continues. Big boost to NDA ahead of July 18th meet. Former Akhilesh aide OP Rajbhar now joins the NDA alliance. Race for Rajasthan gathers pace as JP Nadda is set to launch BJP campaign in Jaipur today. 6 Kavariyas electrocuted to death in UP's Meerut district. Anger over shocking civic apathy. On the July 18 meet that's been called by the NDA, a super NDA meeting, in fact, a big boost for the BJP in UP as OBC leader OP Rajbhar has now extended support to the NDA, saying that his party would be joining the alliance, the NDA fold ahead of that key meet that's been called by Union Home Minister. So in wake of this big meet that's been called by Union Home Minister on 18th of July, OP Rajbhar has decided to extend support to the NDA and further boost its efforts under Prime Minister for the welfare of the poor and the deprived. Now remember, OP Rajbhar enjoys influence especially among his Rajbhar community, which is present in sizable number in eastern Uttar Pradesh. So a big push for the NDA. We exclusively spoke with OP Rajbhar just after that mega announcement was made of OP Rajbhar's party extending support to the NDA.
हम देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, देश के गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित शाह जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय जेपी नड्डा जी, उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को बधाई देता हूं कि आपने एनडीए में सुहेलदेव भारतीय समाज पार्टी को शामिल किया है और जो लड़ाई भारतीय जनता पार्टी गरीब, कमजोर, वंचित, शोषित की लड़ रही थी, उस लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए उस योग्य मुझे समझा, इसके लिए पुनः हम बधाई देते हैं।
लोकसभा चुनाव से कुछ महीने पहले इतना बड़ा फेरबदल, लगातार अटकलें आपको लेकर चल रही थी कि एनडीए में शामिल होंगे और आखिरकार आज गृह मंत्री ने ट्वीट कर ही दिया।
देखिए, हम जो प्रयास कर रहे थे तो यहाँ तो सब लोग अपने को तोपे बन रहे हैं, चाहे समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता हों, चाहे बहुजन समाज पार्टी के, सब अकेले, और वहीं सभी को जोड़ करके साथ लेके चलने की बात अगर देश में कहीं हो रही है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ।
For the NDA ahead of the general elections, it is being seen as a major setback for Akhilesh Yadav, the Samajwadi Party Supremo, because remember, OP Rajbhar's alliance with the Samajwadi Party was earlier considered an important reason for the BJP's relatively average performance in parts of Purvachal ahead of 2022 assembly polls. And this is a big push that's coming in for the NDA just ahead of the general elections next year. Remember, OP Rajbhar, who has been a BJP ally earlier as well, but had parted ways with the party ahead of assembly polls. So with this, OP Rajbhar's party is back in NDA's fold. The BJP's decision to woo OP Rajbhar back into the NDA highlights its efforts to strengthen presence all around the state, which sends at least 80 MPs to Lok Sabha. And with this, let's shift focus to the situation in the national capital. Now, even as the Yamuna level has receded from what was being seen earlier, we understand that waterlogging still remains in several key locations in the national capital. In fact, just late last night, after Prime Minister Modi touched down in the national capital following his visit to France and UAE, he took stock of the situation by dialing the Delhi LG to inquire about the situation in the national capital. And as we speak, key areas in the national capital still remain submerged. And this, even as the politics over the water levels that are on the rise in the national capital, politics still remains. That continues to simmer. On that note, listen into a reaction that came in from Delhi Minister or PWD Minister Atishi just a while ago.
देखिए, अच्छी बात यह है कि यमुना का जल स्तर लगातार घट रहा है। आज सुबह 8 बजे 206.02 तक यमुना का जल स्तर पहुंच गया और हमें उम्मीद है कि आज के दिन में वो खतरे के निशान से भी शायद नीचे चला जाए यमुना का जल स्तर। समस्या ये है कि कल रात को काफ़ी भारी बारिश हुई है कई स्थानों पर और अभी जहाँ जहाँ पे पानी भरा हुआ है, पानी वहाँ से निकल नहीं पा रहा है क्योंकि नालों में भी और यमुना में भी जल स्तर बहुत ऊंचा है। तो आखिरकार सड़कों से, कॉलोनी से निकलकर पानी को ड्रेन्स में जाना है और ड्रेन से यमुना में जाना है। अक्सर जब ज़्यादा बारिश होती है तो हम इस पानी को पंप करके सड़कों से लेके ड्रेन्स में डालते हैं और वहाँ से लेके यमुना में डालते हैं। लेकिन अभी वहाँ का वाटर लेवल इतनी हाई होने की वजह से अभी इस पानी की कोई भी निकासी नहीं हो पा रही है। तो मेरी लोगों से आज यही अपील रहेगी कि बिल्कुल इमरजेंसी हो तो घर से बाहर निकलें, अगर इमरजेंसी नहीं हो तो घर से बाहर ना निकलें, क्योंकि अगर बारिश होती है और पानी भरता है तो उस पानी को पानी का स्तर घटने के लिए, पानी वहाँ से हटने के लिए यमुना का स्तर पहले नीचे जाना होगा, उसके बाद ही सड़कों से पानी हट सकता है। तो सभी मेरी दिल्ली वालों से अपील है कि सिर्फ इमरजेंसी में बाहर निकलें, वरना वो खुद भी परेशान होंगे और औरों को भी परेशानी का कारण बन सकते हैं।
And with that, a quick alert that has also come in from the Delhi Metro Rail Corporation saying that the entry and exit at Yamuna Bank Metro Station are now open. Let's go across to Piyush Ori, who's joining us live from one of the flooded location. Piyush, one of the concern is the waterlogging that still prevails at Delhi's Nigambodh Ghat. Talk to us about the health hazards that are associated this as the ghat still remains flooded, with the water also entering at key locations in the national capital.
Well, yes, Samiksha. First of all, let me just show you the visuals over here, because as I'm speaking to you, let me just ask my video journalist to just show you the visuals where the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, along with several other agencies are working towards making all the gates of ITO barrage open up. Now, they have been able to open up one barrage, they've been able to open one gate, which will now result in the flow of Yamuna, and the efforts are on to open other 4 gates also. So yes, you can understand the challenges that are being put by the Indian Army along with the other agencies to open the gate. Now we are being asked by as I am showing you the visual, I'm just going to move out because we have been asked by the agencies to come downstairs. Having said that, yes, you rightly mentioned that because the Yamuna is still overflowing, the drains are clogged. So yes, large number of roads of the national capital are still being filled with water, and you rightly mentioned that Nigambodh Ghat, one of the largest crematoriums in the city, is still filled with Yamuna water. Having said that, because of the roads being inundated with Yamuna water, the major challenge now for the authorities is to also ensure that there are no waterborne diseases that come up, because yes, the Yamuna levels may have receded to a much lower level, but the challenge now for the authorities is that not only they have to take out the water which is still there on the roads, but also to make sure that the diseases which might come up in large numbers, because as we all know that Delhi does not have a good record as far as dealing with the waterborne diseases are concerned. In the past, we have seen that how Delhi has faltered in tackling with diseases like dengue and chikungunya, and there are fears that now with large amount of water being filled on Delhi roads, such waterborne diseases may again come up. So yes, 2 challenges now for the authorities. First, to clog and take out water as soon as possible from the Delhi roads, and also to make sure that the waterborne diseases that might come up in large numbers and affect Delhi citizens also need to be dealt with very seriously by the authorities. Back to you in the studio.
Yes, Piyush, as you were speaking, about the water level on the rise, and while we speak, the water level may recede in a couple of days. The growing concern is, of course, with the sewage water, the Nigambodh Ghat water, which would pose a health hazard for the people of the national capital, not just in the days to come, but for months, so as to speak. But talk to us, any resolution in sight, any help measures that have been announced by the Delhi government in wake of the waterborne diseases, which we understand could arise in wake of the situation.
Let me just tell you, the first and the foremost priority right now for the government is to make sure that they open the gates of the ITO barrage. And the first challenge for this has already been successfully implemented with them opening the first gate. But yes, there are still 4 gates that need to be opened up. And as we show you the exclusive visuals, several agencies that includes the 8th Engineers Regiment of the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, Delhi Police, the private divers, all are involved in making sure that the gates of ITO barrage that were non-operational for several years now gets to be opened as soon as possible, so that there is a flow of Yamuna and the water which got stagnated at the roads of Delhi gets flown further towards Okhla. But yes, there are several challenges because there is a heavy silt, and as you can see from the visual that have been given to you by my video journalist, that there is heavy silt that is accumulated on the gates, and it is taking a big task by the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the private divers to first take out this silt and open the gate gradually. Having said that, with roads still being filled with water, the authorities on its part are now also making sure that there are no waterborne diseases that come up, because as you know that it is not only the Yamuna water which is filling the roads of Delhi, but it is the contaminated drain water. And it is very sad to see from here that how several children have made this a fun and frolic activity where they are diving and they are jumping in this contaminated and dirty water. So yes, it is now a big challenge for the authorities to make sure that no big waterborne diseases come up in the city, because this is a dirty and contaminated water which has filled the Delhi streets. And yes, with several residents showing irresponsible behavior of playing in this water, there is a big task on the hand of authorities to make sure that they have enough medical capacity to make sure that those residents which might get affected by waterborne diseases get the treatment at the earliest. Back to you in the studio.
Well, absolutely, Piyush, important that you highlighted here, given that 3 children, so as to speak, have already lost their lives in these waterlogged locations in the national capital. For now, a quick roundup of all the highlights and news from the national capital.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The overflowing Yamuna River has affected the nearby areas and key roads in the national capital. The water level in Yamuna River was recorded at 206.2 meters, which is still above the danger mark. Waterlogging issues persist in parts of the national capital as Yamuna River remains in spate. Commuters have been facing problems in wake of waterlogging situation. As water from overflowing Yamuna River touched the Red Fort wall on Ring Road, the nearby area still remains inundated. Severe waterlogging was seen in Delhi's Yamuna Bazaar due to rise in water level of Yamuna River. Residents have been voicing concerns in wake of the problems they've been facing. Delhi's ITO completely flooded as Yamuna water level recedes slowly. Traffic and commute remains affected. Several houses still remain submerged underwater in Delhi's Akshardham area due to severe waterlogging. The aerial footage on your screens from the Akshardham area, the national capital. Delhi's Mayur Vihar has been heavily flooded due to the rising water level of the Yamuna River. The waterlogging has affected the lives of common people, with several now taking shelter in relief camps. Teams of the NDRF carried out rescue operations in the low-lying areas near Pragati Maidan late on Saturday night as the Yamuna River continues to overflow. Nearby areas and key roads remain affected in wake of the waterlogging.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल, एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
You know?
You don't like it?
Though I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल, एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
You know?
You don't like it?
Though I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल, एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
You know?
You don't like it?
Though I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training, you were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ, इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल कमांड. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल, अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस यू नो पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना, आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
That's away from launch. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And to a quick alert from South Korea, where the flood situation remains worrisome. 7 bodies were pulled from the rubble from a vehicle trapped in a flooded tunnel as days of heavy rains have triggered flash floods and landslides and even destroyed homes, leaving at least 33 people dead and forcing thousands to evacuate from their homes. Nearly 400 rescue workers, including drivers, were seen searching the tunnel in central city of South Korea, where around 15 vehicles, including a bus, got swept away in a flash flood that was reported on Saturday evening. Now, South Korea has been pounded by heavy rains since 9th of July, and it's been 7 days now that rains continue to lash several parts of South Korea, with almost 6,000 people having been asked to evacuate and more than 27,000 households left without electricity in the past several days, while flooding and destroying dozens of homes in the area. So the death toll mounting to 33 in South Korea as heavy rains continue to lash several parts since 9th of July. To a quick roundup of news from the world of sports, Harmanpreet Kaur-led India women's cricket team currently on their tour of Bangladesh. India started the tour with a sensational 2-1 win in the T20I International Series. Both teams are now looking set to lock horns in a 3-match ODI series that began today. Lakshya Sen marched into the last 4 stage of the US Open Super 300 badminton tournament. Lakshya will now face second seed Li Shifeng of China in the semi-finals. The Indian football team is likely to miss the Asian Games for the second time in a row, as it does not meet the Sport Ministry's criteria of being ranked among the top 8 sides in the continent. It's official, Lionel Messi completed his move to Inter Miami on a deal running to 2025. Messi is in line to make his debut for Inter Miami on Friday against Mexico in the Leagues Cup.
Sí, muchachos, nos vemos en Miami.
Arsenal have announced the signing of West Ham and England midfielder Declan Rice on a long-term contract. The switch had been completed for what is understood to be a British record €105 million deal. Rice's move to Emirates Stadium sees him become the most expensive English player in history.
It's been a bit overwhelming, obviously, because of my relationship with West Ham and the love and support I have for them. It's been really hard to walk away. But in football, amazing opportunities arise. Big clubs like Arsenal, have come for me, and it's really hard to turn down. You only ever get one career, and I really believe in what Mikel's building here, what the squad is building, and I'm really now looking forward to the future with Arsenal.
Sweden trained at their base camp in Wellington on the eve of facing the Philippines in their last World Cup warm-up match, and 1 week from the tournament debut, Sweden will now open their World Cup campaign on 23rd of July against South Africa in Wellington. Marketa Vondrousova became the lowest-ranked woman to win Wimbledon, defeating 2022 runner-up Jabeur in the Saturday final. Vondrousova is a 24-year-old from the Czech Republic, who's ranked 42nd and was the first unseeded woman to play for the title at the All England club in 60 years.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है, फैमिली बैकग्राउंड, ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है, एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू somebody becoming an officer in the Indian Navy?
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर। भाई सर, बॉम्बे के
प्रॉपर
भाई सर। तो ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर। मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर।
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है, फैमिली बैकग्राउंड, ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू somebody becoming an officer in the Indian Navy.
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर। भाई सर, बॉम्बे के
प्रॉपर
भाई सर। तो ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर। मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर।
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training, you were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल कमांड। वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स सर, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था। लगती है पहले साला 22 साल, अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस पर्सनल इमोशन, बट धीरे धीरे सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके।
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
That's away from launch. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff normal. Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
जैसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल, एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
you know?
You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में।
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से
Hello and welcome. You're watching a special episode of The Interview with me, Shavan Sen. Let me introduce our special guest. As they say, ladies and gentlemen, India is breaking all barriers, becoming a space power to reckon with, and we are proving it on a very regular basis. Bringing us closer to that very goal, as they say that sky is no limit, is none other than ISRO Chairman Dr. S. Somnath. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you.
Thank you so much for having me here.
And take you back in September 2019, because not just with the fabulous scientists that we've had in ISRO, who were absolutely crestfallen when we heard that announcement when it was made by Dr. Sivan. And I think so the entire nation perhaps was crying along with you. How hard was that very moment, if you can take us through, because you were part of the team as the rocket scientist. Describe that very moment for us, for our viewers, what your entire team had gone through.
See, we really fully realize what can happen in a space mission, and we are always conscious about what can happen. While building the rocket and putting it in the launching the rocket and putting it in the orbit for the very first time, we could have problems. So the satellite wouldn't have gone to the intended orbit because of a small anomaly in the rocket. It didn't happen. It actually put it in a very good orbit, 170 by 40,400 kilometer. That's excellent result. Then in traveling from that orbit, doing multiple orbits around Earth and increasing its size to reach the moon, many things can happen. And we may not even capture the moon gravity and then become a satellite around the moon. That also could be a possibility. We were able to bring down the orbit from that to 100 kilometer by 100 kilometer and perfectly keep it there. The Chandrayaan 2 orbiter is still functioning very well, and we were giving a lot of scientific outcome. And the last part of the mission is the separation of the lander from the orbiter, and that too happened very well, and lander could come down to 30 kilometer and do the final phase of the maneuvers to reach up to the soft landing. And we found that there are certain issues in the landing process and had a hard landing. Of course, that's not what we expected, because with all calculations and design that we did, we expected a successful soft landing and further scientific missions of it. But we have been used to this. So we see, while we design systems do fail, because there are problems that can crop up beyond what we can imagine. And that is precisely that happened in Chandrayaan 2. And we understood that very, very, very fast after the hard landing has happened, what could have gone wrong there. And we found out through the analysis the huge amount of data. Of course, the emotional aspect of such a mission not accomplishing is always understood. Right. But as professionals in this game, emotions apart, we were more concerned about the technical issues that could have plagued the mission not to achieve those landing sites. For me personally, I am purely a technical person who looks at in these matters of details, and we very quickly identified what could have gone wrong, and we have corrected it and back again for Chandrayaan 3.
Well, in fact, I remember a conversation that I had with Dr. K. Sivan just about 2 days after, and he essentially described the very moment when the Prime Minister was present, and thereafter the message that he wanted to send across, that we are all set for another mission to begin. Let me ask you, as part of that very team, was that very moment when you all decided that it's time to basically move ahead, keep this aside, and perhaps build something which is going to obviously look into all aspects? And as I understand, we cannot essentially call Chandrayaan 2 a failed mission, because 90 to 95% of the scientific objectives of Chandrayaan 2 has essentially been met with. So tell us what has been the journey like?
See, I won't qualify like percentages, because that's not fair in a mission, because there is no way to jump across water body with less than the width of it, because you still land in water. So, for example, the objective of this mission was landing on the moon, which could not be accomplished. It is a fair fact to say that that part is not accomplished. But of course, we learned quite a bit in that lesson, what I described earlier, that reaching up to that has been a great journey, which gave us a lot of information. And the scientific objective of the orbiter part is well accomplished. The scientific part of the objective of the lander and rover part was not accomplished. It's a fact. So I'm not worried about the percentage accomplishment, etc. But what we are targeting this time is about the scientific objective of the lander and the rover must be accomplished. That can be done only by soft landing. Soft landing is a necessity for the next part of the mission. So that's what we have decided, that we would have to achieve it. And it is not an insurmountable task with the understanding that we have here. Only thing that we understood a great lesson out of the last mission is that we need to look at failure scenarios and possibilities of large dispersion, etc., to be a greater extent, and that was lacking at last time, and that is now corrected.
If I could just perhaps focus a little bit on Chandrayaan-2, simply on the count that there are various aspects of it that perhaps the nation does not really know. There are scientific aspects of it which obviously for a lay person may not be in a position to understand. As I understand, the orbiter is still present. It still sends you high resolution images. Can you help us understand what has really worked for you all from Chandrayaan-2, and what is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan-2?
See, Chandrayaan-2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan-1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. And second, in the Chandrayaan-2, we had instruments to further validate and corroborate that, and that again has been re-verified by much better instruments on board Chandrayaan-2. It is one of the findings of Chandrayaan-2. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan-3 mission much more better. Of course, there were other scientific instruments on board which has done a lot of data, and publications and research has been happening on Chandrayaan-2 orbiter based, remote sensing based data.
Dr. Somnath, talking about Chandrayaan-3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan-2 and Chandrayaan-3, what is it that we have done differently this time? As I understand, some bits that I was going through, that the difference in the payload, etc. But just to understand, how are you working on the very aspects which turned out to be very challenging? The previous mission had 4 phases. Even the first phase was considered to be extremely challenging. But what we saw, the soft landing turned out to be the bigger challenge. This time, how are we doing things differently?
See, landing on the moon is always a challenge. It has been the challenge from the past also, even while the US was sending their astronauts. But there was an astronaut to control the landing process at that time. The human was in the loop. But today now we are doing with a computer, with an algorithm, which is the brain of the system. And this algorithm has to foresee what all can happen. And it has possibility of doing things only what we have envisioned for it to do. It cannot do anything different. Unlike a human being who can make a new design or new approach right there when he faces some challenges. And actually it happened in earlier moon missions. Human being was deciding certain things which a computer couldn't do at that time. Now coming back to the Chandrayaan-2, we create scenarios of landing. Scenarios can be hundreds of scenarios of the initial conditions variations, the position where we land, whether we should exactly land, or I take a decision that for me landing is important than the location. Landing on a stone or a crater is more important than falling at very high velocity and crashing. These decisions a computer cannot take. So what we now looked at is create scenarios of wider dispersions and possibilities of failure of various kinds, and look at how still the craft will land softly. Build all of that intelligence into the computer. This is precisely we did.
So you would say that the significant difference is the way the computer essentially operates, gauges what is the need of the hour at that point, especially when you're closer to the landing, which of course becomes the difficulty with the velocity, all that put together. Yeah. Are we also looking at certain other significant changes? For instance, as far as the rocket was concerned, that was considered to be the heaviest rocket. What are the other aspects that would you say is perhaps the first of its kind as far as Chandrayaan 3 is concerned?
See, when I said that, it was in such a brief to say the essence of that change. But to implement that particular goal of handling possible variations of larger extent, it means making certain changes in the hardware. There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Because the mass of the rover is higher and we cannot handle with single engine. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. So we have to load more fuel, which calls for change in the hardware design, tank design, everything we have modified. Third, we have more power generation on board. Now if you don't face the sun after landing, and it should not go, switch off in short time. So we were not in a position to do any further experiments. That is also a failure. Even after soft landing, things need not work. So how do we foresee how the possibilities there? Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors. Then we have additional images that are obtained from the Chandrayaan 2 orbiter loader onto the lander so as to handle the location more effectively. So once you get the onboard stored image, which is from the Chandrayaan 2 and the actual image, they will compare and see I am right there, and we can make a landing more precisely. Finally, we expanded the landing zone to a much larger area so that in case we find any deviations, it can still land safely rather than land at the exact location. So we widened the possibility of landing to a greater area. So, and algorithm, software is also given a lot of freedom to make those changes and approaches. And finally, with all of this, we did large number of testing and simulations to prove that our approaches, our algorithms, our sensors, our failure modes are validated before the actual launch. So this is fundamentally the converting the goal to the action.
As I understand, Dr. Sobnath, if this goes the way it has been planned, India becomes the 4th country to land its spacecraft on the surface of the moon. Now, we've seen lunar explorations done by other countries. Russia has done it, China has done it, United States of America has done it. As I understand, the difference here is where it is landing, closer to the South Pole. Challenges are far more higher. Was there a moment at that when you were planning this entire mission, a discussion whether at all we should be doing that, because that happens to be the most difficult area? The equatorial region, almost several countries have done it. Scientific objectives have met with. The scientific objective as far as closer to south of the South Pole is concerned, that has not been met with. So how are you basically looking at that aspect in terms of the decision making for the landing purpose?
If you simply decide that my goal is only to soft land as the primary goal, I can very well do it at the equator. But we never wanted like that. We wanted a scientific goal to be integral part of this mission. Right. Otherwise, it doesn't convey the intent of the whole going to moon. Because many people have already gone to the equatorial point and well survived these areas, and data is already there. But on the southern pole, there are new findings which is coming out of the Chandrayaan 1 and Chandrayaan 2. The potential to find water or its creation and possible mineral wealth or etc. at a higher level than that is available in the equator. Due to the activity of the sun, many things would have vanished from the equatorial zones. So a scientific objective drove us to put it at 70 degrees of the South Pole, which is very important. Of course, landing point of view and life point of view, equator would have been better. But it is better to take that chance of going to South Pole to find something new, which is important.
As I understand, it's an exploratory mission. So of course there cannot be anything definitive about what are you really looking at. But in terms of possibilities, what is it that you are really looking at apart from what Chandrayaan 1 has already met, the objectives that Chandrayaan 1 had, the objectives that Chandrayaan 2 had? What is it that Chandrayaan 2 is looking at in terms of possibilities? I understand nothing can be definitive about it.
Precisely. When we went send our instruments in Chandrayaan 1 on board, we were not hoping that there is water on the moon. Okay, but many people have gone before and found, took samples and evaluated, but nobody told about the hydroxyl molecule presence. Of course, there were some theories, but our instruments and two of the such instruments actually found proof of it, and nobody was initially able to believe it is there. So unexpected is always expected in a mission like this, but we can only talk about the current instruments and what exactly it is going to do. Okay. So we are actually trying to find out the mineralogy of the moon surface. We are trying to find out its thermophysical character of the moon surface. We are also looking at the close atmosphere of the moon surface. These are the essentially 3 zones of interest. So these zones of interest will definitely give some clue on various things. Genesis of the moon, how it came about, what it is actually constructed out of. There are many theories of creation of moon, where from it came, whether these things are valid. The thermophysical properties are important for the reflectivity and other characteristics of the moon, and also how its atmosphere is not resident there, why it is actually being lost faster. So many things of generation of moons and celestial bodies, the fundamental theories will get augmented by the knowledge of this. So we are hoping basic stuff of like this nature, and maybe we may find a gold mine there after going there.
We're all looking, I think with you, the entire nation may be looking forward to some sort of a gold mine that is there. But Dr. Somnath, let me then ask you this question with regards to when it comes to our space mission, unlike various other countries, typically how India has been with almost everything, and we've been very tight with our budget. We've always looked at nothing to be wasted. That's one perspective of looking at it, and that is exactly what was being touted when it came to Chandrayaan 2. What is that one aspect of Chandrayaan 3 that you would say very different than other lunar missions started by other countries, and why it makes it a little more significant and it has its own character?
See, we have been very much on frugal engineering, as you already know. Our expenditures on this type of exploratory business has been extremely low. It has been well characterized by the Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2, Mars Orbiter mission, AstroSat. All of them are testimony to that fact that we are able to do such missions at extremely low cost, low development cost as well, not the actual hardware cost. And we do all of this while we work on rest of the activities. So this has been a passion driving within the organization to do something very significant and different than sending a communication satellite, a remote sensing satellite, building rockets, etc. A scientific mission has its own very challenge and thrill. Second aspect is collaboration. Right. In all of this, we have been collaborating not with the institutions in the country, but also outside. Within the country, there are so many scientific establishments, research laboratories, institutions like IIT, where planetary research is happening, space-based research is happening. We make sure that we bring all of them into the forum of discussion. Right. All their scientific objectives and research goals are planted into each of these missions, that you can see very clearly. So, and many of them publish based on this data, research, etc. And many of the space scientists in India came out of the data came out of these 4 satellites. So it's a collaborative work even today. And many of them are building instruments for us. Other laboratories are building instruments for us. So through that, we are creating a pool of scientists who are able to understand many aspects of planetary science in India. So there is a good pool of this. So essentially, I will tell you, the hallmark of our mission is, one is very low cost engineering, large amount of collaborations, and very clear scientific goals that we are setting forth. And it is driven as a passion of doing it. It is not just for achieving some milestones.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Somnath. In terms of collaboration, you're speaking essentially about the Indian scientific community being part of it. Are we also looking at collaboration with other nations as far as this mission is concerned?
In the Chandrayaan 3 mission, there is no external collaboration. All the payloads are built within India.
So it was very different than what we saw in Chandrayaan 2, which also had
Chandrayaan 1.
Moving a little ahead as far as the other missions are concerned, because that too these days have a lot of curiosity. You're part of some of, for instance, Gaganyaan being one of them. What is the timeline, or what are the other missions that ISRO is essentially working on right now, which again is going to be the other big challenges that you're looking at? You've had several launches this year itself, so I'm not really getting into that. I'm looking in terms of looking ahead, what are the missions that you're really
let me quickly talk about some of the immediate missions and targets that we have set. The first and foremost is a mission for the Sun Aditya L1 launch. So the satellite is in the final phase of integration, testing, etc. And we are hoping by next month end we should be able to launch, which is very important scientific goal as far as the solar science is concerned, which is already a well developed scientific field in India with observatories, etc. Second is we are working on another satellite called X-ray polarimeter satellite, which is XPOSat, which is also nearly completed, and we are yet to schedule the launch of this satellite, which is going to study of polarimetry of satellite stars, which will also look at the star formation, black holes and things like that, which is again a scientific mission. We are in the and we are going to launch our climate and weather satellite INSAT 3DS immediately, which is very much required by IMD for its weather forecast and prediction, which is next mission. We have to launch the test vehicle for Gaganyaan for demonstrating the crew escape capability, which is again scheduled in August time frame.
Okay.
Then we have SSLV D3 to be launched, next development flight of SSLV to be launched this year itself, and we have multiple PSLV launches to happen for commercial customers. So that is this year's, and early next year we have to have the unmanned mission of the Gaganyaan.
So you're saying early next year is what we are looking as far as Gaganyaan is concerned. In terms of the last few months, we have seen the kind of announcements that have been made with regards to space exploration in terms of collaborating with countries like the United States of America, the Artemis Accord being one of them. Some have argued that is India now preparing to get into the space war, because that is the other big challenge that is emerging right now. I understand this is not only about ISRO, it's two countries signing it. But how do you essentially look at this argument that we are basically moving towards the path of space war, and to combat that and be at a pivotal role that we would like to play?
I think there is no space war like they called war age. What we are looking at is to create strength in space.
Right.
See, everybody respects strength, and it is important to have the strength in space in India itself, because space becomes an integral part of the strategic strength of a nation. And many of the wars are played on showing up your strength. Okay, you are not actually exercising it. So basically it is a supplementary role with respect to whatever strategic strength we need to have. We need to have communication capability, observation capability, timing and positioning capability of our own, which is very secured and not to be disturbed by others. So it means many capabilities to be developed and placed for space, and which is very important activity. So it's not for immediately getting into any war. Everybody realizes that space war can be disastrous for anybody. But it is actually make sure that your security is enhanced by giving secure communication to our forces as well as information what is necessary.
So that has been a key area, because I remember some of the announcements that were made in the last few years with the government making it very clear that this is a key area. Government time and again has made this announcement that it is an area that we need to focus on. How are you looking at the responses that are coming in from other nations, especially when you're collaborating with them? What kind of a response do you get when you're interacting with them?
See, we have been collaborating with many nations in the past. We continue to collaborate. With the US, you specifically asked about us. We have been, even the Chandrayaan-1 had payloads from US. Right. Even for Chandrayaan-2 and 3, they are helping us in terms of the deep space navigation networks and analysis activities. And we are building the NISR together, and possibly we may build future engagements, and human spaceflight as part of the ISS mission of an Indian astronaut is also announced. That means there is going to be a greater engagement of US with India. And what we want future is not simply the ISRO and NASA collaboration. What we want is industry of ISRO, industry in space ecosystem in India collaborate with space industries in US, which is something that we are looking for. And it will happen. See, there are a lot of innovation happening in US, especially in the advanced technologies. And access to those technologies for Indian companies is very crucial for us. Right. Because here we have companies who are waiting for innovation. And unless they have the latest of the technologies, which has an advantage in US, is not available there, they cannot grow beyond a point. And we make sure that we become part of that whole ecosystem of industries. to enable this Indian industries to innovate and produce systems even for US market. And they see that there is a potential if an Indian company develops something for the US user, it can be done much cost effective, much faster pace in India than in US. I think this is a fact that they have realized. So they are forthcoming in this to create that possibilities. Possibly you may not know that there are already companies in India working for US government, US space activities, especially developing key technologies.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है फैमिली बैकग्राउंड ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्टेड टू यू नो समबडी बिकमिंग एन ऑफिसर इन द इंडियन नेवी।
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर। भाई सर, बॉम्बे के प्रॉपर भाई सर। तो ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर। मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर।
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है फैमिली बैकग्राउंड ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्टेड टू यू नो समबडी बिकमिंग एन ऑफिसर इन द इंडियन नेवी।
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर। भाई सर, बॉम्बे के प्रॉपर भाई सर। तो ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर। मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर।
Then you wore whites and all and you completed your training, you were commissioned and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल। वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना सर, मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था। लगती है पहले साला 22 साल अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस यू नो पर्सनल इमोशन, बट धीरे धीरे सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके।
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
That's away from launch. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff normal. Here we have a majestic liftoff of LV-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
हाउ इंडियन नेवी, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे You saw ships. What happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
You know?
Hero like
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A quick check of the headlines. Yamuna water level rises again. No respite from waterlogging yet for citizens in New Delhi. Taxpayers suffer. National capital remains as national capital remains waterlogged. Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP blame game. Politics continues. Big boost to NDA ahead of July 18th meet. Former Akhilesh aide OP Rajbhar joins alliance. Race for Rajasthan gathers pace. JP Nadda set to launch BJP campaign in Jaipur today. 6 Kanwariyas electrocuted to death in Uttar Pradesh's Meerut. Anger over shocking civic apathy. Big relief for Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking at 12. I'm Suesha Sound. We keep a close watch on the situation in the national capital and across North India as it does remain grim. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, on Saturday after he landed, spoke with Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena to inquire about the progress made in dealing with the flood-like situation in Delhi. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP blame game politics that is at its peak even as taxpayers are suffering due to the waterlogging.
देखिए, ये बहुत स्पष्ट है कि एक अधिकारी को संविधान एक जिम्मेदारी देता है कि चुनी हुई सरकार जिसको जनता ने चुन के भेजा है उसके आदेश का पालन करना होता है अफसर को। कल सुबह 5:30 बजे से मैं बार बार अधिकारियों से, जो रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी हैं अश्विनी कुमार जी, इरिगेशन एंड फ्लड कंट्रोल सेक्रेटरी हैं आशीष कुंद्रा जी, 5:50 पे मैंने उनसे व्हाट्सएप पे पहला सवाल पूछा था कि पिछली बीती रात को हथनीकुंड बनारस से ज़्यादा पानी क्यों छोड़ा गया। 5 घंटे तक उनका कोई जवाब नहीं आया। दिल्ली में एक आपातकाल की स्थिति है, एक मंत्री सवाल पूछ रहा है। 11 बजे जाके 5 घंटे बाद जब मैंने चीफ सेक्रेटरी को रिटर्न डायरेक्शंस दी तो उन्होंने जहमत करी कि वो मेरे सवाल का जवाब दें। कल सुबह से, पिछली बीती रात से खबर आ रही थी कि रिलीफ कैंप्स में समस्याएं हैं, पानी की समस्या है, खाने की समस्या है, टॉयलेट्स की समस्या है। रात भर मेरे पास विधायकों के, काउंसलरों के, लोगों के फ़ोन आ रहे थे। सुबह 8 बजे मैंने अश्विनी कुमार जी को कॉल किया, उन्होंने कॉल नहीं उठाया। मैंने उन्हें मैसेज किया, उन्होंने मैसेज का जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने उन्हें 9 बजे फिर से कॉल किया, उन्होंने फिर से कॉल नहीं उठाया। मैंने अफसरों के ग्रुप में मैसेज डाला रिलीफ कैंप्स को लेकर, उन्होंने वहां पर जवाब नहीं दिया। तो ये क्या है? ये तो इनसबऑर्डिनेशन है। ऐसी आपातकाल की स्थिति में भी अगर अफसर चुनी हुई सरकार की बात नहीं मानेंगे तो दिल्ली का क्या होगा? पहले बात हुई है, कई दिनों में बात हुई है इस दौरान, लेकिन जब एक आपातकाल की स्थिति है, जब रात भर दिल्ली सरकार के मंत्री साइट्स पे खड़े हैं, काम कर रहे हैं, तो आप ये नहीं कह सकते हैं कि हम 3 घंटे बाद जवाब देंगे। 3 घंटे में तो क्राइसिस बीत कर किसी की जान जा सकती है, किसी एरिया में पानी भर सकता है, लोगों को इवैक्यूएट करने की जरूरत पड़ सकती है। वो डिविजनल कमिश्नर हैं, इस पूरे डीडीएमए के दौरान वो नोडल ऑफिसर हैं, वो 3 घंटे के बाद जवाब नहीं दे सकते हैं। ये प्योर इनसबऑर्डिनेशन है, ये चुनी हुई सरकार की बात की अवमानना है और इसका जवाब तो अफसरों को देना पड़ेगा। और इसीलिए फिर फाइनली मुझे 9:30 बजे, जब 5 बजे से लेकर 9:30 बजे तक कोई भी रिस्पॉन्स अफसरों का नहीं आया, तब मैंने चीफ सेक्रेटरी को रिटर्न डायरेक्शंस दी हैं कि रिलीफ कैंप्स का मुआयना करिए, अफसरों से मुआयना करवाइए। तब जाके कुछ अफसर ग्राउंड पे उतरे हैं। फाइनली जब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने मंत्रियों की जिम्मेदारी लगाई है, उसके बाद से चीज़ें ज़मीनी तौर पर सुधरना शुरू हुई हैं। और आज मैं अभी भी रिलीफ कैंप्स में ही जा रही हूँ, सारे मंत्री जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि अभी भी अफसरों ने वहाँ पर पानी की व्यवस्था, टॉयलेट की व्यवस्था अभी तक नहीं करी है, ठीक से खाने की व्यवस्था नहीं करी है। अगर वहाँ पे कोई बीमार हो जाता है, किसी को खाना नहीं मिलता, कोई बच्चे को दिक्कत हो जाती है, तो कौन जिम्मेदार होगा?
कल जो बारिश हुई है उसकी वजह से कुछ लो लाइंग एरियाज़ हमारे सड़कों पे हैं, जहाँ पे थोड़ा सा आसपास की सड़कों का पानी बह के आ जाता है। उन जगह पे पानी अभी है, मगर उसको निकालने के लिए हाई पावर के पंप्स लगाए गए हैं। मोटे तौर पे यातायात दिल्ली के अंदर सामान्य है। इतवार भी है तो छुट्टी का दिन भी है, और जो यमुना के लेवल हैं वो अब लगातार रिसीड कर रहे हैं, और इस वक्त जो है 205.98 है, करीब 206 मीटर के करीब है। खतरे के निशान से तो अभी थोड़ा सा 60 सेंटीमीटर ऊपर है, मगर 50 सेंटीमीटर ऊपर है, मगर फिर भी जो है आप इसको कह सकते हो कि ये अच्छी स्थिति है, क्योंकि कहाँ 208.66 और अब ये जो है कम है। तो दिल्ली के लिए जो है थोड़ी राहत की खबर है, और हर जगह के जो वल्नरेबल पॉइंट्स हैं वो पीडब्ल्यूडी ने शेयर किए हैं, और वहाँ पे उन्होंने अफसरों की ड्यूटी लगाई है। जहाँ तक राहत की बात है, उस पे भी जो है सभी मंत्रियों की एक एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट के अंदर ड्यूटी लगाई गई है। मैं कल ही कुछ जगह चला गया था, कुछ जगह आज जाऊंगा। बाकी मंत्री भी जो है आज अपने अपने जो जहाँ जहाँ डिस्ट्रिक्ट हैं वहाँ पे अफसरों के साथ जाएंगे। जो कमी मिलेगी उसको तुरंत जो है दूर किया जाएगा, डायरेक्शंस दी जाएंगी कि उनको दूर किया जाए।
जी, अभी जो दूसरी बात है,
बातें हैं, आप इस बात को समझिएगा कि पहले तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मित्र, जिसके अंदर एक सांसद रमेश विधूड़ी जी खुद शामिल हैं, वे यही नहीं मान रहे थे कि ये जो आईटीओ का बराज है ये हरियाणा सरकार का है। अब बड़ी बात यह है कि जब खुद हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री ने इसके ऊपर जांच के आदेश दे दिए, मतलब हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री दिल्ली के बराज के बारे में जांच के आदेश देते हैं, इसका मतलब अभी स्पष्ट हो गया कि हरियाणा सरकार का है। अब दूसरी बात यह है कि जब गेट्स ही बंद होंगे तो वहाँ की तो सिल्ट निकल ही नहीं पाएगी ना। वहाँ तो गेट बंद है तो वहाँ तो सारी सिल्ट जमा होती चली जाएगी, और ऐसा नहीं है कि वो बहुत लंबी सिल्ट जमा है। वो जो गेट है, जहाँ पे गेट के निकट रुकती है, वो सिल्ट जमा थी, जो रात भर गोताखोरों ने जो है उसको जो है कुरेद के निकाल दिया। तो आप कोई भी जो इस तरीके की चीज़ जो है अगर आप नदी के अंदर लगा देंगे तो वहाँ पे जो है वो मिट्टी जो है वो इकट्ठी हो जाएगी। इसके अंदर कोई बड़ी बात नहीं।
And while we continue to get you those reactions, let's also understand how my colleague Piyush is talking with the relief operation teams on the ground to get a sense of how long it will take to clear the water, and when will it that Delhiites will get some respite.
For Indian security forces in dealing with the Delhi floods is indeed exemplary. After repairing the ITO natural embankment, now the major challenge for the Indian Army along with Indian Navy is to open the gates that was closed due to rusting. To discuss about the challenges of opening these gates with me is Captain Sanjay Kadian, who will be telling me about how actually Indian Navy works under these conditions. First of all, thank you very much, Captain Saab, for giving us time. What actually is the objective which has been given to you by the government of dealing with this flood, sir?
The specific request was for underwater cutting. However, after we received the request, we came down out here, did an on-ground recce, and it emerged that additional requirement was for desilting. So, apart from the initial request of underwater cutting, we have catered for welding also and silt removal. So based on our recce, we've mobilized the resources, and the entire resources are available at the site for on disposal now.
One understands the challenge of opening these gates because these gates have not been open for long. So the basic challenge, sir, the major challenge for you as a layman, which I'm asking to you, is that it is desilting or it is underwater cutting or underwater welding, sir?
See, I would not be able to know the vintage when it was last opened, so I'll not comment on that. I'll restrict myself to what we have found out here. So as of now, the cause of not being able to pick it up with the inherent capability of winches is silting. So as of now, that is the only issue.
So how many team members of yours are involved in desilting process, and what are the challenges which you are facing as far as the desilting process is concerned, sir?
See, desilting, because of the quantum of silt, it is only time consuming, it is not difficult. So as of now, we have put in 15 people out here and a bouquet of capabilities of underwater welding, cutting. So as and when whatever requirement comes, we shall commit those resources.
Can you also give us a sense of what are the equipments which are being used for this processor, and if because many people like us who do not know about how actually the Indian Navy functions, this is a opportune time for them to also understand about the workings of Indian Navy, so that many people in the future can even join Indian Navy. So if you can just tell us about some equipment which are being used for this process, I'll be grateful.
See, Indian naval divers, they dive in a variety of equipment, and we breathe a variety of mixtures: pure oxygen, heliox, nitrox and air. But right now for this operation we are using the most elementary thing, because that is only required out here.
And what is the elementary thing, sir?
Compressed air.
Okay.
So our equipment, the diving sets which you see out there, we've got compressed air which the diver is breathing. He is capable of communicating real time to the top. We've got underwater cameras, we've got video cameras, we've got a compressor to provide the compressed air, and welding, cutting equipment and desilting equipment which we have carried out here.
One cannot just thank you, sir, for the work which you are doing, but I also want to know that this is a teamwork, and helping you also is the Indian Army. What actually is the role of Indian Army Engineers Unit also, sir, and how are they helping you?
See, that would best be commented by the Army, but whatever I have seen, they've been also helping on the bridge, and majority of the work was cutting plates on top.
Thank you so much, sir, and we hope you all the best for all this project. Thank you so much, sir. So here was Captain Sanjay Kadian, who was telling us about what actually is the work being done by the Indian Navy in opening the gates of the ITO barrage, which will really lessen down the flood situation in Delhi. With Vijay Anil Sharma, this is Piyush Ohri reporting for Republic TV.
All right, so that is the situation on the ground, where remember at one point it is also the receding water levels at the Yamuna, but as is being hinted by the Delhi minister, that because the water has no place to go, and it is also the drain water that has now filled across, that is causing further problems to Delhiites, and also the fear of waterborne diseases that could be another issue to deal with. Meanwhile, my colleague Badurima continues to get us more voices and ground reports. Let's take a look.
If we speak of the timeline would be that if the national capital receives a medium rainfall, that it will take less than a week for the authorities over here, along with the central forces, to take cognizance of the matter and resolve it at a time. But if we look at the IMD predictions for the week, it is 50 to 70% rainfall. However, the mechanism of the national capital every year when it rains breaks for a while. Then of course the the rescue mechanism is put in place, and then situation is brought under control. But as I speak, I'll take you first to the visuals over here. I'll ask Bhim to move along. We are near Central Secretariat, and as you can see, we're on one side where this street was initially inundated. This has been this has been cleared out, but you can see that just next to the main street of Central Secretariat, people have to wade through the waters. I'll request Bhim to zoom in and show you as to how this street that leads to places like Connaught Place is inundated, and people continue to suffer. But the situation has relatively improved, and looking at the speed of efforts that are being put in place, in another 2 to 3 days the situation will come relatively under control, and by the end of the week, if it does not pause, according to the IMD, the prediction is of 50 to 70% of rainfalls, that too scantily distributed across national capital. So the predictions are not very serious as far as national capital is concerned, that it's not going to rain 24/7, making the situation worse. But yes, as far as the situation, the efforts that are being made by the Delhi government, by the central government, by the forces, all that put in place, you can see that the situation has relatively improved. But at still some sections, as my video journalist Bhishma is bringing you the visuals, as you can see, that the streets are heavily inundated, knee-deep water persists. And to your second question, that that there's a fear of diseases as well. So that is also one of the concerns. Delhi is known for its dengue. Delhi has fought dengue. There were thousands of cases just a couple of years back. But we'll have to wait and watch as to how that really falls apart.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And as anger mounts among Delhiites for the way the flood situation has been handled by the administration and the Delhi government, a very embarrassing situation that a Delhi minister had to face while taking stock of what is it on the ground. Saurabh Bhardwaj, who was inspecting a relief camp near Mayur Vihar, but much to his surprise and embarrassment, that he was met with protests by citizens there. You see those scenes on your screens right now of what Saurabh Bhardwaj had to face. This as the Aam Aadmi Party continues to pin the blame on the centre, and this blame game that has caused even further anger among Delhiites. But as the Aam Aadmi Party says that they have been inspecting many of these areas turn by turn, Saurabh Bhardwaj, who was on the ground near Mayur Vihar, and angry citizens who took him on as they criticized the way the situation has been handled. And in a boost to the BJP in Uttar Pradesh, OBC leader Om Prakash Rajbhar has decided to ally with the party and join the ruling National Democratic Alliance following a meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah. Samajwadi Party has also now hit out saying that OP Rajbhar has succumbed to pressure. Obviously, this decision that has not gone down well with the SP, and now they have retorted back saying that OP Rajbhar has resorted to pressure. This as he made the decision of joining the NDA once again, for which several meetings have taken place, as sources suggest that he has met with Amit Shah twice in Delhi and also with Narendra Modi. The BJP trying to expand its wings and building a stronger NDA ahead of the 2024 general elections, for which a series of meetings have been underway, one of them being OP Rajbhar's joining the NDA. And now we play out a reaction from the SP on this.
हम देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, देश के गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित शाह जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय जेपी नड्डा जी, उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को बधाई देता हूं कि आपने एनडीए में सुहेलदेव भारतीय समाज पार्टी को शामिल किया है, और जो लड़ाई भारतीय जनता पार्टी गरीब, कमजोर, वंचित, शोषित की लड़ रही थी, उस लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए उस योग्य मुझे समझा, इसके लिए पुनः हम बधाई देते हैं।
लोकसभा चुनाव से कुछ महीने पहले इतना बड़ा फेरबदल, लगातार अटकलें आपको लेकर चल रही थी कि एनडीए में शामिल होंगे, और आखिरकार आज गृह मंत्री ने ट्वीट कर ही दिया।
देखिए, हम जो प्रयास कर रहे थे तो यहाँ तो सब लोग अपने को तोपे बन रहे हैं, चाहे समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता हों, चाहे बहुजन समाज पार्टी के, सब अकेले। और वहीं सभी को जोड़ करके साथ लेके चलने की बात अगर देश में कहीं हो रही है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ।
And we have Abbas Haider from the SP who is with us on the phone line. Abbas Haider, your response to OP Rajbhar now joining the NDA and this very statement that he is succumbing under pressure because this is and could be his own decision. Is this also a way that the SP is trying to in some way cover up OP Rajbhar's decision to join the NDA?
See, this fight of 2024 is not for weak people. This fight is for the constitution and the democracy of our country, and certainly people who want posts in the government, people who want positions, they cannot fight this fight. So certainly we are happy that at least Om Prakash Rajbhar ji has taken a side, because he was already working for Bharatiya Janata Party and he was not telling the people of the country that on which side he is.
But fact is that when he wanted to back out in 2019, he did. And he has made a very informed decision that he has said himself and made a statement to that effect. But politics kept aside. You have to respect that decision.
No, obviously he has right to do anything, but certainly you have put a very right question. The thing is, Om Prakash Rajbhar ji has left Bharatiya Janata Party and India in 2019 on the issues of caste census, on the issue of 69,000 jobs to teachers in Uttar Pradesh, where reservation has been, the ethos of reservation has been tarnished across Uttar Pradesh, and this has still been happening. And now what has changed? So this question should be asked from Om Prakash Rajbhar, that for past 5 years he has been criticizing Bharatiya Janata Party and its policies, and now all of a sudden, before election of 2024, what has changed in Bharatiya Janata Party? What initiative Bharatiya Janata Party has taken backwards, Dalits, minorities, which he was talking about for all these years? Now, it is just about opportunity. This is just opportunism, that's all.
All right, Abbas Haider, many thanks for speaking to Republic this afternoon. Also, more reactions coming in on this. Let's listen in.
अमित शाह जी का जो खुद का प्रधानमंत्री बनने का सपना है, श्री अमित शाह जी, आपका जहाज डूब रहा है। भारत में आपने जिस तरह से हमारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पे, भारत के संविधान पे आपने आक्रमण किया है, आपने निषाद समाज के साथ उत्तर प्रदेश में जो धोखा किया, जो आपने लखनऊ में वादा करके गए थे, पूरा पिछड़ा दलित माइनॉरिटी के लोग आपके कदम देख रहे हैं कि आपने सबसे ज्यादा, जब नेताजी ने, माननीय काशीराम जी ने मिलकर इस कमजोर समाज को खड़ा किया और स्वर्गीय वीपी सिंह जी के जरिए, मंडल कमीशन के जरिए पिछड़ों को एक बहुत शक्ति मिली, आपने पूरे देश में निजीकरण करके आरक्षण पे प्रहार किया। श्री अमित शाह जी, एनडीए का जो जहाज है ना, वो आप नोट कर लो, 2024 से पहले डूब रहा है। आप फिक्र करो एनडीए की। आप आखिरी बार प्रधानमंत्री हैं देश में, क्योंकि आपको जनता ने जो मौका दिया, 2 करोड़ की नौकरी का वादा आपका झूठा निकला। आपने कहा था काला धन आएंगे, आपने कहा था कि इस देश में हिंदू सुरक्षित होगा। अरे हिंदू को तो आपने 80 करोड़ हिंदुओं को इस देश के 5 करोड़ के राशन पे मोहताज बना दिया।
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And immediately after arriving in Delhi, Prime Minister spoke to LG VK Saxena about the flood situation in Delhi due to the increasing levels of River Yamuna and the progress that has been achieved in the mitigation so far. In view of the assembly elections, JP Nadda will reach Jaipur. He will launch BJP's Nahi Sahega Rajasthan campaign in Jaipur's Bilwa village. Congress Parliamentary Strategy Group meeting is scheduled to be held on July 16 at UPA Chairperson Sonia Gandhi's residence to discuss the issues to be raised in the upcoming monsoon session in Parliament. This meeting will be held just a day ahead of the second opposition unity meeting being convened by Congress in Karnataka's Bengaluru on July 17-18. Naval Group welcomes the announcement made by Indian and French authorities regarding the extension of the Indo-French partnership with the objective to explore ambitious submarine projects. A passenger on board AI-301 operating Sydney-Delhi on 9 July behaved in an unacceptable manner during the flight where verbal and written warnings were given. But still a lot of distress that was caused to the passengers, including one of the staff. Hence, the passenger was handed over to the security agency as soon as they landed, and he issued an apology in writing. A lady on Amarnath Yatra died after she was struck by naturally occurring stones. Two other members of the mountain rescue team and Jammu and Kashmir police who tried to rescue the lady were also seriously injured. The injured police personnel were evacuated by the army and private helicopter on Yatra duty. 5 Kavadia were electrocuted to death while 5 others are injured after the vehicle they were travelling in came in contact with an 11 kilowatt power line near a village in Uttar Pradesh's Meerut. According to officials, the incident happened when the vehicle of Kavadias came in contact with this low-hanging high-tension power line. And while members of the Indian American community holding the tricolour gathered outside the Indian Consulate in San Francisco to express support for India and its diplomats following a recent attempted arson at the diplomatic facility by pro-Khalistan supporters. Here's what happened.
On 2nd of July, a group of pro-Khalistani supporters attempted to set the Indian Consulate in San Francisco on fire. 10 days later, waving the tricolour and chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans, scores of Indian community members staged a protest outside the consulate. Expressing support for India and its diplomats, members of the Indian community took to streets of San Francisco. From Canada to the United States, the Khalistani terror cannot be ignored. And the Indian community has sent out a strong message. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Stepping into a short commercial break, on the other side getting you details as the race for Rajasthan gathers pace. JP Nadda set to launch BJP campaign in Jaipur today. Big relief for Aam Aadmi Party as government slashes prices of tomatoes further. Prices now stand at 80 rupees a kg.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे, you saw ships. What happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका व्हाइट जूते, व्हाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, व्हाइट सॉक्स, फिर व्हाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट वाला.
है ना? You don't like it.
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
You know?
You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
You know?
You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training, you were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ, इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल कमांड. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना सर, मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल, अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस यू नो पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
Very good afternoon. It's 12:30. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. We continue to get you the latest on the mega India meet that's been called on the 18th, and of course the another one that's been called by the opposition leaders that would be taking place tomorrow. First up, let's begin with the top headlines at 12:30. Yamuna water level rises again. No respite from waterlogging yet for the citizens in the national capital.
हरियाणा और उत्तर प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है और दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है. ये तो ऐसा लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी, चाहे वो हरियाणा हो चाहे वो तो साजिश कर रही है दिल्ली वालों के खिलाफ.
Taxpayers suffer. National capital remains waterlogged. AAP versus BJP blame game of politics continues.
18 तारीख को बैठक है एनडीए की, उसमें जाएंगे, कुछ बातें जो होती रहेंगी वो आपको बताएंगे. आज सिर्फ इतना कि एनडीए में हम शामिल हो गए.
Big boost to NDA ahead of July 18th meet. Former Akhilesh ally OP Rajpur party now joins hands with the NDA. Race for Rajasthan gathers pace. JP Nadda set to launch BJP campaign in Jaipur starting today. 6 Kavadias electrocuted to death in UP's Meerut. Anger simmers over shocking civic apathy. Big relief for the Aam Aadmi Party as government now slashes prices of tomatoes further. Prices now stand at 80 rupees per kg. And let's begin with the latest on the flood situation in the national capital. Now, remember, the death toll has mounted to 5 as a result of waterlogging in Delhi and adjoining areas. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi, upon arrival in the national capital after his official visit to France and UAE, dialed the Delhi LG to take stock on the situation in the national capital. Now, even as the water level seems to have receded a bit, situation still remains worrisome and alarming, with several areas in the national capital facing water scarcity and waterborne diseases problems as well. So, a lot of challenges that lie ahead for the Delhi administration. This even as politics over the Delhi flooding still continues. Listen in first up to a reaction that came in from the Delhi Chief Minister just a short while ago as he visited the relief camps in the national capital.
यमुना के आसपास के लो लाइंग एरियाज थे, वहाँ पे पानी आ जाने की वजह से कई लोगों के घरों में पानी घुस गया। उन लोगों के लिए दिल्ली सरकार ने अलग अलग जगहों पे बहुत सारे रिलीफ कैंप्स लगाए हैं। 6 जिले प्रभावित हैं दिल्ली के अंदर। इन 6 जिलों में अलग अलग जगहों पे रिलीफ कैंप्स लगाए हुए हैं और कोशिश ये की गई है कि अगर पास में कोई स्कूल या धर्मशाला है तो वहाँ पे रिलीफ कैंप्स लगाए हैं ताकि टॉयलेट्स का, पानी का वहाँ पे अंदर इंतज़ाम हो सके। अभी हम लोग यहाँ एक स्कूल में खड़े हैं जहाँ पे अंदर एक रिलीफ कैंप लगाया गया है। तो यमुना बाज़ार जो जहाँ पे पानी घुस गया वहाँ के कई सारे लोग यहाँ आए हुए हैं। तो पानी घुस जाने की वजह से बता रहे हैं पानी अचानक आया था और घरों में घुस गया और काफ़ी सामान बह गया लोगों का। तो एक तो कईयों के कागज़ बह गए, आधार कार्ड था, ये था, वो था, वो तो स्पेशल कैंप्स लगवा देंगे इसके बाद लोगों के उसके लिए। बच्चे की किताबें वगैरह बह गई, बच्चों की ड्रेसेस बह गई, उसका भी हम लोग इंतज़ाम कर देंगे कि उनको दोबारा किताबें और ड्रेसेस दे दी जाएगी। और मैं उम्मीद वहाँ पे उस एरिया के अंदर कीचड़ बहुत ज़्यादा है तो मिट्टी डलवा के उसको कीचड़ को ताकि वो ड्राई हो सके। और एक कोई तरीका निकाल रहे हैं कि अगर बाढ़ प्रभावित लोग जो हैं जिनका सब कुछ बह गया उनको कोई हम एडहॉक रिलीफ अगर किसी तरह की दे सकें ताकि जो उनका सामान का नुकसान हुआ है वो उसकी भरपाई कर सकें। इसका भी कोई तरीका निकाल के फिर हम इसका ऐलान करेंगे।
सर, हरियाणा की तरफ से कहा गया, आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि यमुना पुल को लेकर के मेंटेनेंस का 5 साल से पैसा नहीं दिया गया। चीफ इंजीनियर का ये बयान है।
मैंने अभी भी पता किया है कि ये पैसा हम नहीं देते, ये पैसा एनटीपीसी देती है। एनटीपीसी दिया करती थी तो एनटीपीसी भी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की है तो ये प्रश्न एनटीपीसी से पूछना चाहिए उन्होंने दिया नहीं दिया, इसमें दिल्ली सरकार का कोई रोल नहीं होता था। सीधे तौर पे ये कह रहे हैं कि गलत बोल रहे हैं। देखिए, पिछले 5-6 दिन से जब से ये मुद्दा उठा है कि वो 5 गेट नहीं खुल रहे, मीडिया में आया, मीडिया में इतना ज़्यादा उठा तो अब वो कोई ना कोई बहाना कोई ढूंढ रहे हैं, लेकिन ये आपस में वो करने का वो नहीं है। मैंने अभी भी पता किया है, सौरभ भारद्वाज ने पता किया था, उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि ये एनटीपीसी उनको पैसा देती थी पहले एनटीपीसी, तो वो एनटीपीसी ने दिया नहीं दिया वो उनको उनसे पूछने की।
सर, ये फंक्शनल हो जाएगा क्योंकि अब पानी नीचे जा चुका है लेकिन रोड्स पर अभी भी पानी है, तो क्या कुछ व्यवस्था की जा रही है पंप्स के जरिए?
कोशिश कर रहे हैं पंप से निकालने की, कई जगह जल्दी भी हो रहा है, कई जगह थोड़ा समय भी लग रहा है। धीरे धीरे अब जो पानी का स्तर है वो 205.9 तक आ गया है और हम जानते हैं कि 208.67 तक पहुंच गया था। तो पानी जैसे जैसे धीरे नीचे जा रहा है वैसे वैसे ज़िंदगी जो है वो नॉर्मल होती जा रही है। कई इलाकों से पानी निकल गया है, कुछ इलाकों में पानी बचा है वो भी निकल जाएगा। एक आध दिन और देख
सर, जब मंत्री जायजा ले
लीजिए अभी थोड़ा सा,
जब मंत्री जायजा लेने जा रहे हैं कुछ जगह बीजेपी कार्यकर्ता ही विरोध कर रहे हैं।
मुझे उम्मीद है बीजेपी को इस तरह की राजनीति नहीं करनी चाहिए, सबको मिलके काम करना चाहिए। आपस में इस टाइम भी अगर पार्टीबाजी करेंगे तो फिर ये ठीक नहीं है।
Even as the water level may recede in a couple of days from now, the key challenges that lie ahead for the Delhi government include the scarcity of water reported in several locations in Delhi. Not just that, there are also concerns related to health hazards being seen in the national capital. Now this, even as the political blame game still continues with the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP training guns at one another.
देखिए, ये बहुत स्पष्ट है कि एक अधिकारी को संविधान एक जिम्मेदारी देता है कि चुनी हुई सरकार जिसको जनता ने चुन के भेजा है उसके आदेश का पालन करना होता है अफसर को। कल सुबह 5:30 बजे से मैं बार बार अधिकारियों से जो रेवेन्यू सेक्रेटरी हैं अश्विनी कुमार जी, इरिगेशन एंड फ्लड कंट्रोल सेक्रेटरी हैं आशीष कुंद्रा जी, 5:50 पे मैंने उनसे व्हाट्सएप पे पहला सवाल पूछा था कि पिछली बीती रात को हथनीकुंड बैराज से ज़्यादा पानी क्यों छोड़ा गया। 5 घंटे तक उनका कोई जवाब नहीं आया। दिल्ली में एक आपातकाल की स्थिति है, एक मंत्री सवाल पूछ रहा है, 11 बजे जाके 5 घंटे बाद जब मैंने चीफ सेक्रेटरी को रिटर्न डायरेक्शंस दी तो उन्होंने जहमत करी कि वो मेरे सवाल का जवाब दें। कल सुबह से पिछली बीती रात से खबर आ रही थी कि रिलीफ कैंप्स में समस्याएं हैं, पानी की समस्या है, खाने की समस्या है, टॉयलेट्स की समस्या है। रात भर मेरे पास विधायकों के, काउंसलरों के, लोगों के फ़ोन आ रहे थे। सुबह 8 बजे मैंने अश्विनी कुमार जी को कॉल किया, उन्होंने कॉल नहीं उठाया। मैंने उन्हें मैसेज किया, उन्होंने मैसेज का जवाब नहीं दिया। मैंने उन्हें 9 बजे फिर से कॉल किया, उन्होंने फिर से कॉल नहीं उठाया। मैंने अफसरों के ग्रुप में मैसेज डाला रिलीफ कैंप्स को लेकर, उन्होंने वहां पर जवाब नहीं दिया। तो ये क्या है? ये तो इनसबऑर्डिनेशन है। ऐसी आपातकाल की स्थिति में भी अगर अफसर चुनी हुई सरकार की बात नहीं मानेंगे तो दिल्ली का क्या होगा?
देखिए, अभी हम रिलीफ कैंप्स का निरीक्षण कर रहे हैं। यहाँ लोगों को जिस किस्म की भी कोई तकलीफ ना आए किसी किस्म की, इसके लिए हम लोग यहाँ हैं। और मेरे साथ सारे अधिकारी मौजूद हैं, डीएम, एसडीएम, और जो हमारे यहाँ के समझ लीजिए नोडल ऑफिसर हैं पीके गुप्ता जी भी मौजूद हैं। तो यहाँ जो भी किस्म की अगर किसी चीज़ की ज़रूरत है हम उसको यहाँ मुहैया करा रहे हैं।
सर, सबसे बड़ा सवाल तो यही उठता है कि आज तक दिल्ली में सारे रिकॉर्ड टूट चुके हैं। ऐसे हालात कभी देखने को नहीं मिले थे, दिल्ली वालों ने भी नहीं देखा था पिछले 40-50 सालों से। दिल्ली सरकार तैयार नहीं थी क्या ऐसे हालात को लेकर के?
देखिए, बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है कि जब हथनीकुंड बैराज से पानी छोड़ा जाता है, दिल्ली में देखिए इतनी तेज बारिश तो हुई नहीं जो बाढ़ के हालात बने ना हो रही है। और वहां से पानी 3 जगह डाइवर्ट होता है, यूपी भी जाता है, वहां से हरियाणा भी जाता है, लेकिन सारा पानी दिल्ली की तरफ डाइवर्ट कर दिया गया। तो ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और लोग सब जानते हैं, जनता सब जानती है। और लेकिन हम लोग लगे हैं, पब्लिक की सेवा के लिए लगे हैं। यहाँ किसी को किसी किस्म की कोई तकलीफ ना आए। अभी जैसे पानी के टैंकर के लिए यहाँ बोला गया है और टेंट लगाने के लिए बोला गया है, और सारी व्यवस्था, खाने की हर तरीके की व्यवस्था करने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ मौजूद है।
आम आदमी पार्टी जो है सर, वो बीजेपी को जिम्मेवार बता रही है इस पूरे घटना की, लेकिन बीजेपी कह रही है कि ऐसे मुद्दे पर राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए।
राजनीति कहाँ कर रहे हैं? हम तो सेवा कर रहे हैं। राजनीति कहाँ कर रहे हैं? हम तो यही कह रहे हैं जब 3 जगह अगर डाइवर्ट होता वो पानी, तो मैं समझता हूँ कहीं भी दिक्कत नहीं आती।
जी। आने वाले कुछ दिनों में स्थिति सामान्य होने के आसार दिख रहे हैं?
नहीं, स्थिति तो सामान्य होगी। और जो लोग कष्ट में हैं, बहुत दुख है, हमें इस बात का बहुत दुख है। और हम लोग रेगुलर निरीक्षण कर रहे हैं। और देखिए, अगर किसी ने जानबूझ के इधर पानी डाइवर्ट करा है भाजपा ने, तो इसका जवाब तो जनता लेगी उनसे।
All right, so it's clearly the Delhi government versus the Haryana government over Delhi flood situation that has claimed lives of 5 people so far. Let's go across to Piyush Shori, who's joining us live from the ITO area in the national capital. Piyush, how is the situation looking like, and help us understand what are those teething issues that need to be resolved by the administration, and how exactly is the Delhi government working in tandem with the central government to provide all necessary help to those affected?
So, Samiksha, what I can tell you is that while the blame game is going on between the Delhi government and Haryana government, as you rightly mentioned, the major task of restoring the gates that were closed because of not being used is being done over here at the ITO barrage, where not only and I would request my video journalist to just show the images over here, where not only the Indian Army but Indian Navy along with other private divers are making sure that the gates that were closed, the 5 gates that were closed because of being non-operational for years, is being opened. Now, there is a big challenge of opening these gates because being non-operational, there has been a lot of silt and underground mud in the river that has got accumulated, and the major task for the Indian Navy, Indian Army along with the other agencies that also includes Haryana government and Delhi government is to make sure that this desilting takes place, the underground welding and underground cutting of the gates takes place so that these gates can be opened quickly and there is a flow of Yamuna from Delhi towards Okhla. So this is one of the major challenges. Having said that, you're also seeing that how there's a political blame game which has now started erupting. the Delhi Chief Minister has already said that the opening of these gates was the responsibility of Haryana government, and they were working alongside NTPC, the National Thermal Power Corporation, which comes under the central government. So you can again see that how this lack of accountability is again being seen, in which the Delhi Chief Minister has pinned the blame completely on Haryana government and the central government for not opening these gates. Having said that, the Indian Army and Indian Navy is working very hard to open these gates for the timely flow of Yamuna River. Lastly, I would just like to say that now, since Yamuna is receding, the major challenge for the authorities now is to make sure that there are just no waterborne diseases, because Delhi has got a very bad record of dealing with dengue and chikungunya, and the major challenge now for the Delhi government along with the central government is to make sure that there are just no waterborne diseases. Back to the studio.
Well, absolutely. Piyush, thank you for the moments. Piyush, they're reporting live from the ITO area. Another key challenge that Piyush was mentioning is the concerns over waterborne diseases. Now, remember, this water that's been seen in the national capital at several of those key locations is not just the Yamuna River water, but also includes the sewage water and water from the Nigambodh Ghat as well, which is the primary cause of concern for the people of Delhi. And shifting focus then to Uttar Pradesh, then where 6 devotees were electrocuted to death and several others sustained injuries after a truck carrying Kavadiyas touched a high-tension line in UP's Meerut district. Last night, here's a detailed report on what transpired in UP's Meerut district. In UP's Meerut, 6 Kavadiyas were electrocuted to death. This after their vehicle came in contact with a high-tension overhead wire.
ये ग्राम राली चौहान थाना भवनपुर में कल एक कांवड़ यात्रा जा रही थी, जिसमें डीजे एक बिजली के तार से टच होने के कारण उसमें करंट आ गया, जिससे 12 लोग घायल हुए, जिसमें अस्पताल में 6 लोगों की मृत्यु हो गई है। 6 लोगों का इलाज चल रहा है और जो घायल हैं उनको भी इलाज कराया जा रहा है। पुलिस प्रशासन पूरी घायलों के उपचार के लिए पूरी मदद कर रहा है और इनकी जो तात्कालिक आर्थिक सहायता है उसके लिए भी उचित आश्वासन दिया गया है और प्रयास किया जा रहा है कि इनको मदद मिल जाए।
At least 10 Kavadiyas suffered injuries and were rushed to the hospital immediately. In the aftermath of the civic apathy, enraged villagers staged a protest over the incident. And additional force has been deployed to avoid any untoward incident. Bureau report for Republic TV.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the Times of India B School 2022 rankings. To apply, visit amity.edu.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है, फैमिली बैकग्राउंड, ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू somebody becoming an officer in the Indian Navy.
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, very close to us, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर। भाई सर, बॉम्बे के
प्रॉपर
भाई सर। he was a big name those days and फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर। मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर।
then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training, you were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल कमांड. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल, अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
That's away from launch. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Quick look at the top headlines from across the globe. Red alert in several European countries as temperatures hit an all-time high. Heavy downpour causes havoc in South Korea, killing at least 26 in rain-related incidents. Ukraine continues its counter-offensive to recapture territory from Russia. Meanwhile, posters packed the streets of Tel Aviv protesting Israeli Prime Minister's controversial judicial bill. India's 10-member squad set to compete in World Aquatics Championship in Japan. Race for Rajasthan gathers pace. JP Nadda set to launch BJP campaign in Jaipur today. Big relief for the Aam Aadmi Party as government slashes prices of tomatoes further. Prices now at 80 rupees per kg.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका व्हाइट जूते, व्हाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
जैसे जो फोकस, व्हाइट सॉक्स, फिर व्हाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट पड़ा है ना,
you don't like it.
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका व्हाइट जूते, व्हाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
जैसे जो फोकस, व्हाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बक्कल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
you know,
Hero like it.
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training. You were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल, अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस यू नो पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
That's away from one. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Lift off normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
Ola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
The battle for Rajasthan has now begun with BJP National President JP Nadda, who's now in the state and is set to kick off the BJP campaign, thereby sounding the poll bugle in the state of Rajasthan that heads to polls in just months from now. So the visuals there on your screens coming in of JP Nadda reaching Jaipur, where he would be addressing a campaign rally. Now this as polls would be taking place in the state of Rajasthan later this year.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training. You were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल, अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस यू नो पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
Talking about Chandrayaan-3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan-2 and Chandrayaan-3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
That's away from one. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Lift off normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships. What happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका व्हाइट जूते, व्हाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, व्हाइट सॉक्स, फिर व्हाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
you know?
You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships. What happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका व्हाइट जूते, व्हाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, व्हाइट सॉक्स, फिर व्हाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
You know?
You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships. What happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका व्हाइट जूते, व्हाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, व्हाइट सॉक्स, फिर
security and sovereignty, building sovereign defense capability. In the future, India and France will extend their groundbreaking defense cooperation in advanced aeronautical technologies by supporting the joint development of a combat aircraft engine. They also supported industrial cooperation for motorization of heavy lift helicopters under the Indian multi-role helicopter program with Safran helicopter engine France. So these are just some examples, right, from people to people, defense, space. Now these agreements are very many, and I think the time we have at our disposal is not that much, so I thought I'll give you an overview. Abhi, now I want to come to our the UAE part of the visit. Again, as a student of diplomatic relations, both in France and the UAE, I was struck with the very, I would say, heartwarming effort made by both the host countries. प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए बैस्टिल डे परेड पे गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर, लूव्र म्यूजियम खुलवाना उनके लिए स्पेशल डिनर के लिए, वो एक ही बार हुआ 1957 में। और ये जो बैस्टिल डे परेड भी है, मैंने कोशिश की करना, हु वाज द लास्ट विजिटर? I think it was President Trump in 2017. I need to check that out. When before coming here, I was checking. So these are singular honors. When you come to UAE, again, I'm told the visit of the Prime Minister to UAE on 15 July. This is the 15 July 2023. This is the Honorable Prime Minister's 5th visit to the UAE. I think he went there first in 2015. And some significant decisions which have been taken, which I think bear mention. One is the opening of a new IIT Delhi campus in Abu Dhabi. This is the first IIT campus outside of India, and it is a significant milestone in the growing partnership between the two countries. The campus will be a major boost to education and research in the UAE. It will also help create opportunities for collaboration between Indian and UAE businesses. जैसे आप जानते हैं, हमारे जो इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजीज और प्रीमियर इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, these are not only centers of excellence for learning, but यहाँ की जो टेक्निकल नॉलेज होता है उसको वो आप you use it also for ongoing projects elsewhere. Number 2, an MOU was signed on local currency settlements. अब देखिए, हमारी और अबू धाबी की जो bilateral trade है is currently around $85 billion, and the non-oil trade is slated to go up to about $100 billion annually. Now the trade transactions will be enabled to be settled in the use of Indian rupees and UAE dirham for cross-border transaction. Then an MOU was inked for the payment and messaging system between Reserve Bank of India and Central Bank of the UAE. Also facilitated another one for interlinking card switches of the two countries. So in this short visit, again, very substantive outcomes. And Prime Minister has also, if you look at the joint statement between India and the UAE on climate change, the Prime Minister has extended full support to the UAE, which will be assuming the COP28 presidency, and both countries have signed a joint statement on climate change, and these all documents are available in the public domain. I will, because our time is very short, I'm going to conclude, but I'd be happy to take one or two questions. I just want to tell you that, again, as a student of diplomacy and diplomatic exchanges, आप देखिए पिछले कुछ हफ्तों में the Honorable Prime Minister had a highly successful visit to Tokyo for the G7 summit. After that, he went to the South Pacific for a meeting, then on to Australia. उसके बाद he visited the United States in a landmark visit, and now these visits to France and the UAE. So I would say that in terms of both the sheer momentum of our exchanges with the outside world, also the kind of events which are planned for the coming weeks leading up to the G20 summit. So I think it's an India flavor and an India story in many parts of the world. And certainly these all have very, very positive outcomes in both bilateral and multilateral arena. So I'd be happy to take a few questions.
बहुत बहुत आभार आप सबका, धन्यवाद।
चलिए।
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Prime Minister Modi took to Twitter to share a video of the highlights of his one-day visit to UAE. Sharing the video, Prime Minister said that India and UAE will keep working closely for the further good of the globe. Ahead of the key NDA meet, Suhail Dev Bharatiya Samaj Party chief Om Prakash Rajbhar has decided to join the NDA led by PM Modi. Addressing a news conference following his entry in the NDA, SPSP chief said that he met with Amit Shah on the 14th of July and discussed various key points ahead of the 2024 elections.
के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, देश के गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित शाह जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय जेपी नड्डा जी, उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को बधाई देता हूं कि आपने एनडीए में सुहेल देव भारतीय समाज पार्टी को शामिल किया है और जो लड़ाई भारतीय जनता पार्टी गरीब, कमजोर, वंचित, शोषित की लड़ रही थी, उस लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए उस योग्य मुझे समझा, इसके लिए पुनः हम बधाई
AAP calls party's Political Affairs Committee meeting ahead of the opposition meeting in Bengaluru. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann will also join the PAC meet through video conferencing. The decision to participate in Bengaluru's opposition meeting is likely to be taken after the meeting. Uddhav faction leader Sanjay Raut said that Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray and he will participate in the opposition meeting that is going to take place in Bengaluru. He further noted that it is a very important meeting. SDRF has been deployed in 42 disaster-affected places in Uttarakhand. SDRF has conducted 36 rescue operations so far this month, in which 284 people have been rescued and shifted to safer places. Vehicular movement resumed after Border Roads Organisation built a temporary bridge near Joshimath Mallari Highway. On the 10th of July, a bridge connecting dozens of villages, including Joshimath, had washed away due to a spate in the Deogar drain near Mallari Highway. The flood situation in Biswanath of Assam is still grim as nearly 32,400 people have been affected in the Biswanath subdivision. 47 villages under Biswanath subdivision are still under the water and flood waters submerged 858 hectares of crop area. In Jammu and Kashmir, 14th batch of Amarnath devotees departed for the holy cave from Bhagwati Nagar base camp this morning, taking the total number of devotees to over 2 lakhs. Indian Army contingent to participate in the 15th edition of India-Mongolia Joint Military Exercise Nomadic Elephant at Mongolia. The exercise aims to enhance interoperability between both armies in conducting counter-terrorist operations in mountainous terrain under the UN mandate.
On 2nd of July, a group of pro-Khalistani supporters attempted to set the Indian Consulate in San Francisco on fire. 10 days later, waving the tricolour and chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans, scores of Indian community members staged a protest outside the consulate. Expressing support for India and its diplomats, members of the Indian community took to streets of San Francisco. From Canada to the United States, the Khalistani terror cannot be ignored. And the Indian community has sent out a strong message. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, getting you details as the race for Rajasthan gathers pace. JP Nadda is in Jaipur, set to launch BJP campaign shortly. And big relief for the Aam Aadmi Party as government slashes prices of tomatoes further. Prices now stand at 80 rupees a kg.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we tried to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the Times of India B School 2022 rankings. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training, you were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल, अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना, आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we tried to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
That's away from launch. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल, एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
You know?
You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
you know,
Hero like it.
so I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look,
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
You know,
Hero like it.
so I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Getting in news on the Maharashtra political thriller, the latest that we're just picking up that Ajit Pawar, Chhagan Bhujbal, Hassan Mushrif, Dhananjay Munde and other NCP ministers who are at the YB Chavan Center and they're meeting with Sharad Pawar. Let me straight away cut across to Alisha who's picking up more details on this. Alisha, is this true that the meeting is happening? Also, what is being discussed between the two factions? What is possibly on the cards from the Sharad Pawar faction?
Well, we have to wait what exactly has been happening because what we have been witnessing now that Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel and the other NCP minister, including Chhagan Bhujbal, Hassan Mushrif, Dhananjay Munde, Aditi Tatkare, has all reached YB Chavan and the meeting with Sharad Pawar is underway. What we also know that Supriya Sule is also present and she has called Jayant Patil as well to YB Chavan because the sources have indicated that Jayant Patil, who was present at his residence, has been called in by Sharad Pawar to YB Chavan. The call that was made by Supriya Sule. But at this point of time, we know that all NCP ministers who have taken oath as a minister, including Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, who has reached YB Chavan. They are meeting Sharad Pawar. The meeting is underway. What is the real outcome is something we need to see. Why all of a sudden, like all the NCP ministers have reached YB Chavan. They are meeting Sharad Pawar. Not only this, but Jayant Patil has also been asked to be present in YB Chavan. He was called by Supriya Sule, asking him to come as soon as possible to YB Chavan, where Sharad Pawar has asked him to reach.
All right, Alisha, this certainly is coming in the wake of those very thrilling developments that have been happening through all these days. But again, to understand, Alisha, Jayant Patil also summoned, and these are top leaders of the Ajit Pawar camp who are present for this meeting. You know, there has been a bit of silence over the past few days, but Ajit Pawar very clear in his aim to what he wants, and he is the party chief. But Sharad Pawar, while had said that the legal route will be taken, what are the possible options? All right, not too sure if Alisha is still connected with us, but we are getting you details of that meeting that is underway at the YB Chavan Center, where you see Sharad Pawar had called this meet. He is primarily meeting top leaders of the Ajit Pawar camp, including Ajit Pawar himself. Now, what is being discussed between the two sides? This, as Ajit Pawar extremely clear that he and his faction is the real NCP. This, of course, not completely accepted by Sharad Pawar, though Ajit Pawar claims that he has the numbers by his side, but what exactly is going to be the plan and what is Sharad Pawar aiming to pull off through this meeting is something we will track very carefully. For the moment, we move on. And the latest on the Delhi floods as Apex Committee meant for flood control and preparedness headed by Chief Minister never met in the last 2 years. That is the latest that we are learning. A compulsory meeting of the Apex Committee that should have taken place by the end of June and a flood control order that should have been issued. However, the flood control order was issued without the Apex Committee meeting and without any preparations that should have been done on the ground. Now, this is a glaring fact that is coming to light, as is being alleged, that the Apex Committee that was meant for flood control and preparedness headed by Chief Minister never met in the last 2 years. Republic has accessed the clincher document. We also have Arvind Kejriwal's latest reaction as Madhurima will join us live with the details of that document and what it states. Anger mounting among Delhiites over the way the flood situation has not just panned out in Delhi, but the fact that it was not prepared for properly. And even when people are at the suffering end, it is the ruling party which is indulging in politics where it is a complete war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Meanwhile, this latest statement from Arvind Kejriwal, let's listen in.
यमुना के आसपास के लो लाइंग एरियाज थे, वहाँ पे पानी आ जाने की वजह से कई लोगों के घरों में पानी घुस गया। उन लोगों के लिए दिल्ली सरकार ने अलग अलग जगहों पे बहुत सारे रिलीफ कैंप्स लगाए हैं। 6 जिले प्रभावित है दिल्ली के अंदर। इन 6 जिलों में अलग अलग जगहों पे रिलीफ कैंप्स लगाए हुए हैं और कोशिश ये की गई है कि अगर पास में कोई स्कूल या धर्मशाला है तो वहाँ पे रिलीफ कैंप्स लगाए हैं ताकि टॉयलेट्स का, पानी का वहाँ पे अंदर इंतज़ाम हो सके। अभी हम लोग यहाँ एक स्कूल में खड़े हैं जहाँ पे अंदर एक रिलीफ कैंप लगाया गया है। तो यमुना बाज़ार जो जहाँ पे पानी घुस गया वहाँ के कई सारे लोग यहाँ आए हुए हैं। तो पानी घुस जाने की वजह से बता रहे हैं पानी अचानक आया था और घरों में घुस गया और काफ़ी सामान बह गया लोगों का। तो एक तो कईयों के कागज़ बह गए, आधार कार्ड था, ये था, वो था, वो तो स्पेशल कैंप्स लगवा देंगे इसके बाद लोगों के उसके लिए।
And cutting across to my colleague Madhurima, who can get us details of this clincher document. Madhurima, at a time when the Aam Aadmi Party certainly needs to be accountable, this document that really puts out that glaring fact of how it is not admitting to its responsibilities, because this particular committee headed by the Chief Minister is supposed to monitor danger levels, is supposed to issue flash warnings, is supposed to prepare much in advance. However, none of that happened, and today that Delhi stands at the stage that it does, the Aam Aadmi Party needs to answer.
Well, absolutely, Swesha, because if you look at the documents that we've accessed, it clearly states that the first meeting was supposed to be scheduled on the 30th of June, and to check the preparedness, to check the water levels, to check, to check with the IMD, and then put on all stakeholders and prepare a combat, a comprehensive combat plan for monsoon if anything goes haywire. But we see how these two documents, that the first time it was supposed to be conducted on the 30th, then it was postponed for 3rd, then once again it was postponed from 3rd to 6th. So we can see that, in fact, tardy attitudes were adopted by the Delhi government, and that has put the national capital in such a fix, because we've seen that how the water of Yamuna rose. So all these these predicaments that the national capital is facing right now could have been taken under control. There could have been much better treatment to this travesty that struck national capital, paralyzed national capital for the past couple of days and continues to do so. We've been reporting for past 1 week as to how the rising level of Yamuna has come into the national capital, water-logged multiple streets where, the water has been logged to the chin level. But these documents share a very sad story that indeed there was a tardy attitude adopted on the part of the Delhi government, Suesha, and that has made the people of the national capital pay. Back to you.
Absolutely, Madhurima, and we'll continue to track this story very, very closely. For the moment, thank you for joining us.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना? You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training. You were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना सर, मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता सर. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल, एंड अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
That's away from launch. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है, फैमिली बैकग्राउंड, ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है, एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू somebody becoming an officer in the Indian Navy.
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे.
In the bustling city of Kolkata, a revolutionary educational institution is set to make its mark. Introducing the R.P. Goenka International School, a state-of-the-art establishment that combines the best of international education with strong Indian roots. Join us as we take a closer look at this visionary project led by the dynamic duo of Shashwat and Shivika Goenka. The R.P. Goenka International School, the RPGIS, is an educational institution, is set to make its mark as the first international baccalaureate IB board school in the eastern part of India, located at Diamond Harbour Road, Kolkata. RPGIS is an initiative of the R.P. Sanjeev Goenka Group, a conglomerate with a significant global presence.
Education is something that we are very passionate about, right? And it's not just secondary education or higher education, but I think education begins right when you're very, very young. And I think that's the kind of values that are get instilled at that age that really start to determine the kind of person you will be when you become much older, right? And I think for us, it was very important to give back to the society that we live in. And this is just an endeavor, and that was the motivation behind which we planned to start this.
RPGIS was envisioned as a space dedicated to nurturing talent, nurturing students. It was actually just about bringing a change in society. We saw a big opportunity that we felt that could really, change the lives of children and give them endless opportunities and present them with a whole host of extracurricular activities and really enhance their whole holistic development. So I think as a group, whatever we do it well. So we really wanted to bring that benchmark of excellence that we felt we can really bring about and which will really transform lives.
The mission of the R.P. Goenka International School is to nurture compassionate, confident and resilient leaders who are ready for the future. Guided by a strong value system, the RPGIS believes in a holistic inquiry-based education that emphasizes on critical thinking, autonomy and creativity. The school aims to cultivate a lifelong love of learning amongst its students and empower them to become responsible citizens and contribute positively to the global community.
RPGIS was envisioned as a transformative space, a space dedicated to making a difference in the lives of children and helping shape their journeys holistically. Our thoughtfully designed state-of-the-art infrastructure at RPGIS allows each and every child to thrive in a multitude of academic and extracurricular pursuits.
One of the things when we studied abroad was you were responsible for everything that you did, right? So there was a huge sense of responsibility, accountability and ownership that came into everything you did, whether it was academic or non-academic, right? And that's one philosophy that we want to bring into the students of RPGIS, where we are saying that you need to be accountable, responsible and have ownership for everything that you do. It's not your parents who's responsible per se to say, you need to come first in class, or, why are you not studying, or why are you not playing sports or whatever. It's about creating that sense of ownership and accountability within the individuals and children themselves, so that they themselves are always going to strive to do better than themselves that they had done in the past.
The school ensures that students not only receive the guidance of exceptional faculty but also have access to the best resources. Through community outreach programs, students learn the value of active global citizenship and develop an understanding of international mindset. The school's unconventional approach towards education enables students to explore digital innovations with the help of advanced technology, cultivating them to be lifelong learners.
All of us are lifelong learners, and this is what is imbibed IB, and we are going to ensure that that happens in our classrooms as well. So we are going to try the PYP for the very first time in the east of India in R.P. Goenka International School.
We are the first IB PYP school in Calcutta, and that's a big moment for us. The IB program, the IB PYP, is a curriculum framework, which means that the IB prescribes a framework and we have the liberty to design the curriculum around it. The way it's different from the more traditional methods of learning and teaching is that we actually are able to get our students to think. In our classrooms earlier, we just sat and acquired knowledge. But now they acquire knowledge, of course, but then how do I use this knowledge and how do I transfer what I'm learning in the classroom to, let's say, real life situations? So children are thinking like scientists, they are thinking like mathematicians, they are thinking like problem solvers. Also, there are no real subject boundaries in the IB PYP, because when you're born into the world is not divided by subjects. So they learn how I can use science, how I can use social studies, how I can use mathematics to solve different problems or situations that I face in the world.
The curriculum at RPGIS is designed to develop students across emotional, social, ethical and academic spheres. With a comprehensive approach to education, the school focuses on creating a positive learning environment that caters to the academic and non-academic needs of students.
Our whole education philosophy has been around instilling a lifelong love of learning in the students, right? And that is something that cannot come by learning just in the classroom and learning just from textbooks. So the whole idea behind the whole education philosophy, which also includes the choice of curriculum, which is what we've taken, is, to be very international to keep it very international yet deeply rooted in Indian values and culture. And the whole idea is not just rote learning or academic learning, but actually putting a whole practical lens to what we are learning. So there will be a lot of experiential learning that will happen, and not just in the classroom, but inside and outside the classroom. So as you walk around the school, you are also going to see that there are a lot of breakout spaces that have been very intelligently planned because they merge with your classroom and the spaces and actually become an extension of the classroom where students can also engage with individually with the teachers or in groups where they can actually work as a group and foster a lot of collaborative learning.
The international curriculum developed by the RPGIS from nursery to grade 12 prepares students for 2 external board examinations in grade 10 and grade 12.
We are already actually talking of 22nd century learning and not even 21st century learning. So holistical development means that it's not just about knowledge acquisition. We have to learn how to think creatively. We have to learn how to think critically. We have to be able to work with different people, so we learn collaboration skills. So it's a framework that allows you to work on skills, understandings and knowledge, and that's the beauty of the curriculum, which prepares you, so to say, for real life.
The key features of RPGIS include a highly experienced faculty, commitment to innovation and teaching practices, and an international curriculum rooted in Indian culture and strong values.
Our teacher-student ratio is 1:9, and actually this year we are also able to offer 1:5. And what that helps us do is to personalize learning, because all students learn in different ways, at a different pace. And this low to teacher-student ratio allows us to do that. So if a child learns better in an audio-visual format, then we are able to do that versus just delivering, let's say, a writing task. And this is what is also key to, so to say, our teaching approach.
With personalized learning based on individual capabilities, RPGIS aims to create future-ready leaders.
This is a one place where children can get everything, and I think that's why the parents have chosen us, because not just the education part of it, but also into looking into the extracurricular activities which we are going to be doing after school and during school as well. Our multi-purpose hall, which teams up to be a seating place for an auditorium as well as a place to play basketball and badminton. These are areas which we have specially developed for our children, including all these breakout spaces that we have created, where children can go out and do their research and have smaller sessions with their teachers and friends, and peer group learning also happens. So the way the school has been designed and the way all the space has been used is extremely unique, and this goes a long way in telling that we do really care for our children and want them to have the best experience possible, because there is no school like this in Calcutta, and it's high time that the children got this exposure.
The school provides full exposure to an inquiry-based curriculum focusing on problem-solving skills.
Focus in a lot of our subjects is problem solving. What is the problem that I'm identifying in my environment, and how am I able to solve it? So this generation, for example, will have to solve problems related to the climate, and that's what we are encouraging students to do. Think like problem solvers, think like, conflict resolution. So they will step out into the world and hopefully be those creative thinkers who come up with ideas that change the world.
The school boasts of a world-class, high-tech integrated campus with modern infrastructure, customized learning, personalized attention, and classrooms specially designed to promote collaborative learning. Creative breakout spaces are provided for students to explore their interests through self-exploration.
One of the areas for us that I think is very unique and interesting is this whole use of breakout spaces. And bringing in the breakout spaces as part of the core learning element in the school. So for example, we have the indoor amphitheater, we have the barn, we have the neighborhood, we have a series of these breakout spaces which are age appropriately designed to allow for a lot of learning, academic and non-academic, and a lot of collaborative work.
The learning environment at RPGIS is designed to encourage holistic development.
We've been working on the curriculum, on resources, and of course ensuring that the children have programs that they can involve themselves in, and of course experiential learning is part of our learning agenda for the students of the school, and we have designed many activities which will inspire them to become more creative, more collaborative, and of course be communicative and be able to express their ideas in many ways.
The school offers spacious classrooms, separate libraries for primary and secondary class students, and sensory walls for exploratory play in the kindergarten section. State-of-the-art facilities such as auditoriums, science labs, and open-air classrooms create an experiential learning environment for students.
There are three things that we're really looking to achieve here. The first one is students should be safe and healthy in our school. So we have this wonderful facility, we've got top-notch catering, and we've got effective security provided by a reputable firm here. So the health and the safety is really an important part that we take very seriously, especially coming out of the COVID pandemic. The second thing is we want students at our school to be happy. It seems like an obvious thing, but it's something that's sometimes neglected in education. We want students to be happy at the school. We've put together a wonderful group of very supportive and very dedicated homeroom teachers. We've got these wonderful play areas and breakout spaces for children to socialize, and we've backed that up with student support services. And then perhaps the most important thing is we want students at our school to be successful. So we have this nice, challenging, student-centered international curriculum where people can be appropriately stimulated and challenged to do their best. We also think there should be many ways to be successful in school, so we have a lot of different activities as part of our curriculum, and that's backed up by an after-school activities program so that every student can find some way to succeed.
On the other side, we will delve deeper into the remarkable features and unique offerings of this groundbreaking institution.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the Times of India B School 2022 rankings. To apply, visit amity.edu.
That's a wave from one. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships. What happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल, एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
You know?
You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan-2?
Chandrayaan-2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan-1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan-3 mission much more better.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships. What happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना,
you know,
हीरो लगे.
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
The RP Goenka International School deploys advanced technology to enhance the learning experience of students. The campus is completely Wi-Fi enabled, and interactive displays in every classroom facilitate digital learning. Design technology and innovators labs such as robotics labs provide opportunities for students to explore the latest innovations.
Robotics lab and the maker spaces are the best places. I think these are spaces which are unique to our school. These are very new age, where students will be working with not just robotics but also using AI, machine learning, AR, VR over different age groups, and they'll be dabbling with new technologies that are now starting to define the world. And what's also very interesting about these spaces is, especially for example, if you take our maker space, is you're actually going to be creating things here.
Have a maker space where of course students engage in what we call the design thinking process. Design thinking is also something that is being practiced by corporates. Students become and think like designers, so they identify problems, they find different solutions, and the way we initiate that in the primary, for example, is through all the Lego manipulatives that are available. There are also Lego bots, and these increase in complexity. So the students are just fitting things, then they are undoing them, then they are remaking them, then we introduce the sensors, and that's how the complexity of the bots grow. So it's just a way of getting them to think in a more complex manner and find multiple solutions like any designer would do, and then so to say prototype and come up with a final product.
Our children are all digital natives and they're born in the age of technology, so it's very important that we educate them to use it properly and effectively, to do research, to take it forward, to be innovators as well. So be it our innovators lab or our maker space, these two centers help children discover and explore more in the fields of robotics and coding and the STEAM program per se.
RPGIS believes in the importance of sports and physical activities for overall development of students. The school provides a range of sports facilities, including squash courts, table tennis, badminton, basketball courts, a swimming pool, an indoor sports hall, a mini football ground, a cricket pitch, and outdoor exercise zones. The school also offers yoga and martial arts studios, allowing students to explore different forms of physical fitness.
From a cutting-edge performance arts theatre to a robotics lab, we provide exceptional facilities for sports like squash and rock climbing, as well as sensory, visual, musical and creative development spaces for young minds, with specially designed outdoor classrooms and a world-class auditorium. At RPGIS, we have also innovatively designed breakout areas that inspire collaboration and foster creative play amongst our students. Also, by embracing cutting-edge technologies and fostering a culture of innovation, we ensure that our students are well prepared for the challenges and opportunities for the future.
RPGIS understands the significance of extracurricular activities in nurturing well-rounded individuals. The school provides dedicated spaces for dance, drama, music and art, including practice rooms and studios. activity spaces and informal breakout areas encourage creative exploration.
For the IB, all the subjects and the extracurricular activities are integrated. Co-curricular, extracurricular activities are integrated into the curriculum, like music, dance, theatre, robotics, and other aspects of learning are part of the learning journey, and they help children discover new topics and explore new avenues. So that's how the IB program works, and that's how we plan to do at our school as well.
From the pre-primary and primary stages where students acquire essential skills, qualities and responsibilities to lower secondary and secondary stages where a foundation of knowledge and skills is built, RPGIS provides a framework that ensures a smooth progression in learning. In the senior secondary stage, students pursue subjects in greater depth and complexity, preparing them for undergraduate study.
Students are learning everything in a context because there are many commonalities that connect humans around the world. So who I am, what my identity is an issue faced by a student also in other parts of the world. And the way we do this is in a very engaging manner in the classroom. So like in more traditional classrooms, you always saw the teacher at the front of the classroom and then the students just sat and faced the teacher. But when you enter one of our classrooms here at school, it's hard to find the teacher sometimes because students are working in collaborative groups and they are thinking, they are framing the right questions to ask the teacher. So it's not always finding the right answers is what they are seeking, but what question am I going to ask and how am I going to expand my thinking? So the whole way of teaching and learning is very inquiry based, very research focused. Students have the liberty to make mistakes. They have the freedom to share their ideas. They have the freedom to share their opinions, even if they are not always right. But we also learn mutual respect that everybody has a contribution to make towards teaching and learning. And then we all gather ideas, pool our ideas, and then, grow our learning together.
RPGIS recognizes the importance of nutritious meals for students' overall well-being. The school's menu is prepared by a senior nutritionist, ensuring a varied and healthy diet. With an emphasis on local, seasonal and organic vegetables, RPGIS aims to develop lifelong healthy eating habits. Modern cafeteria facilities and separate dining rooms for primary, middle and senior children provide a comfortable dining experience.
We want to provide students with nutritious meals which are built in a safe environment and of course are healthy. We have a nutritionist who has designed the meal program for us. We also tied up with Sodexo, which is a French conglomerate which believes and which is used across the world, and this particular company has tied up with us to provide the best meals for our students.
RP Goenka International School is set to open its doors to students, promising a transformative educational journey. With its commitment to nurturing compassionate, confident and resilient leaders, RPGIS aims to redefine excellence in international education in the eastern part of India.
Today's children are challenged quite a bit and the world outside is extremely challenging for them. So we want to ensure that they study in a very safe atmosphere which helps them blossom. And of course we are going to be doing a lot of counseling. We have a special education needs department and a counseling department in school, and this will take care not just the physical but the mental well-being of our students as well. And this is the need of the hour.
As the school prepares to welcome its first batch of students, the future looks bright for those who will embark on their educational journey at RP Goenka International School.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training, you were commissioned. And then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
That's away from launch. Mark and Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है फैमिली बैकग्राउंड ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू यू नो समबडी बिकमिंग एन ऑफिसर इन द इंडियन नेवी।
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर। भाई सर, बॉम्बे के प्रॉपर भाई सर। तो ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर। मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर।
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan-2?
Chandrayaan-2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan-1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, now we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan-3 mission much more better.
Very good afternoon. It's 2 p.m. We continue to be live and breaking. Now, just ahead of the key opposition meeting that is slated for tomorrow, the Congress, in surprising turn of events, has decided to extend support to the Aam Aadmi Party. Tracking all that and more, beginning first with the top headlines at 2 p.m. Buzz as Ajit Pawar meets Sharad Pawar in Mumbai. Top NCP leaders, both factions present in the meet. Republic accesses clincher document stating key flood meet was delayed. The question is, who's responsible for Delhi deluge?
में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है और दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है। ये तो ऐसा लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी, चाहे वो हरियाणा हो चाहे वो तो साजिश कर रही है दिल्ली वालों के खिलाफ।
Alleged conspiracy angle first up, now dawns silence. BJP hits back in an unrelenting attack.
तारीख को बैठक है एनडीए की, उसमें जाएंगे, कुछ बातें जो होती रहेंगी वो आपको बताएंगे। आज सिर्फ इतना कि एनडीए में हम शामिल हो गए।
Massive boost to NDA plus. Former Akhilesh Yadav aide now backs NDA and now in the NDA fold, the opposition miffed. Big relief for the Aam Aadmi Party as government now slashes prices of tomatoes further. Tomatoes to now cost 80 rupees per kg. Congress decides to back the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi ordinance fight, but sources suggest the Aam Aadmi Party remains undecided on opposition meet. And we start first with the latest that's coming in on Maharashtra political developments. A big political scoop from the state. Just ahead of the monsoon session, Ajit Pawar, Chhagan Bhujbal, as well as several other NCP leaders, ministers rather, are currently at YB Chavan Center holding a meet with Sharad Pawar. Furthermore, Jayant Patil has also been asked to reach the center. If sources are to be believed, the leaders are meeting Sharad Pawar to seek his blessings ahead of the monsoon session that is slated in just a few days from now. So this is source-based information that's coming in. The visuals also right now that are just coming in of the key meet which is taking place at Sharad Pawar's residents. In fact, this is YB Chavan Center rather, where the meet is happening with several NCP ministers who are there to meet Sharad Pawar. Sources are to be believed. Dhananjay Munde, Hassan Mushrif are among those who are present in this meet. Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkare had a meeting at Deputy Chief Minister's bungalow, where the decision was taken to meet Sharad Pawar and seek his blessings. Well, these are the live visuals also coming in right now of top Ajit Pawar camp leaders who are at YB Chavan Center as we speak. There you see, and all of these developments comes just days ahead of the monsoon session. Let's go across to Alisha, who's joining us for more. Alisha, what do we know about this key meet which is happening as we speak?
It was that there was some meeting that at Ajit Pawar residence.
Right, there seems to be an audio problem. We'll try and connect with Alisha again, but there you see, these are the live visuals coming in. Ajit Pawar, who's present there along with the top NCP ministers. Now remember, Ajit Pawar as well as 8 other NCP MLAs was sworn in just a couple of weeks ago, and just days after that, we see several of those NCP ministers, including the Deputy Chief Minister himself, is present for that meet with Sharad Pawar.
आज माननीय आज आता मी सुरू करतोय आता परत आज आदरणीय आमचे सर्वांचे दैवत आमचे सर्वांचे नेते आदरणीय शरद पवार साहेबांच्या आशीर्वाद घेण्यासाठी माननीय अजितदादा पवार, माननीय छगन भुजबळ साहेब, माननीय सुनील तटकरे जी, माननीय धनंजय मुंडे, माननीय हसन मुश्रीफ जी, माननीय दिलीप वळसे पाटील आणि बाकीचे सर्व मान्यवर मंत्री महोदय आणि आमचे झिरवळ साहेब सगळे आज इथे यशवंतराव चव्हाण सेंटरला.
Today, all of the leaders and the ministers are witnessing that they have came to meet our leader Sharad Pawar in YB Chavan.
आदरणीय पवार साहेब इथे चव्हाण सेंटरला कुठल्या मीटिंगच्या निमित्त आलेले आहे आणि म्हणून संधी साधून आम्ही सगळे इथे
Today we got to know that Sharad Pawar will be in YB Chavan for some meeting. After which we have decided to meet Sharad Pawar. We have here to seek blessing from Sharad Pawar. And all together we have seek the blessing from Sharad Pawar.
की आमच्या सगळ्यांच्या मनामध्ये त्यांच्यासाठी आदर तो आहेतच.
We have immense respect for Sharad Pawar.
पक्ष राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष एक संघ कसा राहू शकतो त्याच्यासाठी पण त्यांनी योग्य विचार करावा आणि
We have also requested him to think about that we all together in can be together. And we requested him to think about it.
कुठलीही प्रतिक्रिया दिली नाही.
On after which Sharad Pawar hasn't reacted to the request that we have made.
ते ऐकून घेतलं आणि भेटीनंतर आम्ही आता इथून परत जात आहोत. उद्यापासून राज्याच्या
After
विधानसभेच्या
meeting, we are
अधिवेशन पण
leaving
सुरू होत
from
आहे.
here. And as we know that from tomorrow, that Maharashtra Assembly monsoon session is going to commence.
आपापल्या विभागाची जबाबदारी विधानसभेमध्ये सुद्धा पार पाडतील.
And tomorrow from in the assembly where all the ministers according to the portfolio is going to fulfill their responsibilities.
हमारे आदरणीय हमारे नेता शरद पवार जी साहब को मिलने यहाँ पर यशवंतराव चौहान सेंटर में माननीय अजीत दादा पवार, माननीय छगन भुजबल जी, माननीय दिलीप वळसे पाटिल, माननीय हसन मुश्रीफ जी, माननीय धनंजय मुंडे, माननीय सुनील तटकरे जी और सभी हमारे बाकी के भी मंत्री और हमारे उपाध्यक्ष झिरवड़ साहब सभी आज यहाँ पर आदरणीय शरद पवार साहब मौजूद हैं, ऐसा हमको मालूमात मिली। तो हम श्री अजीत पवार साहब के बंगले पर बैठे थे, तो जैसे ही हमें समझा कि यहाँ पर साहब बैठे तो हम सब लोग यहाँ पर बिना पवार साहब को सूचित किए हुए यहाँ पहुँचे। आदरणीय शरद पवार साहब के हम सब लोगों ने प्रणाम करते हुए आशीर्वाद उनसे मांगे और उनसे विनती भी की कि उन्होंने हम सब लोगों की जो एक इच्छा है कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी एक साथ रहे और मजबूती से आगे काम करे, इसके लिए हमने विनती की और साहब को ये भी कहा कि आप इस दिशा में अवश्य विचार करें। आदरणीय पवार साहब ने किसी भी प्रकार की प्रतिक्रिया नहीं दी, हमारी बात को सुना और उसके पश्चात हम सब लोग यहाँ से अब प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं। बस इससे ज़्यादा आज के लिए हमारे पास न कोई आपके पास न जवाब है न प्रश्न हम आपके लेने वाले हैं।
So there you heard Praful Patel saying that the ministers requested Sharad Pawar to consider remaining together and that they did not inform him about their arrival in advance and that they'd come only because they want the NCP to remain united. Further adding that Sharad Pawar heard us out. Remains to be seen what exactly comes out of this meeting. But Praful Patel there saying that this was an impromptu meet and nothing was decided in advance. He's also said that the NCP ministers want that the flock should remain together and that there shouldn't be any differences as such. Let's go across to Alisha again. Alisha, tell us, what do we make of this? And is there any scope of this peace that could be brokered between the two factions?
Well, Commissioners will wait what Sharad Pawar decides, because as Praful Patel clearly mentioned that there was a request was made by all the ministers and the leader who were present from Ajit Pawar faction. The request that NCP should remain united and they should come together. But Sharad Pawar hasn't responded to this, and they have even requested to reconsider the decision, and we can think about if we all NCP leaders can stay together. But there is another meeting that has been underway where Sharad Pawar, Jayant Patil and Jitendra Award, which is underway, and there could be some decision over the request that has been made by Ajit Pawar and his faction. But we'll have to even see, because Praful Patel also made it very much clear that from tomorrow, that the Maharashtra Assembly session, which is going to commence from tomorrow, from after which all the ministers who have been allocated with the portfolios will fulfill their responsibility, and the answer will be given in the session as well. So this gives a clear indication that they are still with the BJP government and they are going to fulfill their responsibility as per the portfolio that has been allocated. But yes, there is the meeting that happened this morning when they got to know that Sharad Pawar will be in YB Chawan for some meeting, after which all the ministers who were present at Ajit Pawar Bungalow, where they decided to meet Sharad Pawar and seek his blessing, and all reached to the YB Chawan. They seek blessing from Ajit Pawar, from Sharad Pawar, but also requested that if all the leaders, NCP leaders, can come together and remain united.
Yes. Alisha, so from the face of it, does it look that this meeting happened also because the matter has already reached the ECI, or does it look that it is only for optics, this meet in which NCP ministers visited Sharad Pawar?
Well, Praful Patel made it clear that Sharad Pawar, who is like a god, and he is a leader and will be a leader forever, but it is something very important to seek his blessing as well, which is why we decided to be here in YV Chawan. Today we got a chance, as said by Praful Patel, that today we got chance and got to know that Sharad Pawar is in a meeting in YV Chawan, after which in a meeting at Ajit Pawar residence, they decided to meet Sharad Pawar. But what we even know that they have requested that the NCP should remain together. Well, of course, there is a letter if we come back to the ECI decision, because in a Shinde faction application that is already before Supreme Court, where Supreme Court has issued letter to Maharashtra Assembly Speaker to answer within 2 weeks. So this could be a setback also for the NCP if the order comes against Eknath Shinde and his faction when it comes to the disqualification petition that is being filed by Uddhav Thackeray faction. So here went a request that has already made to Sharad Pawar, but Sharad Pawar hasn't responded to this. We'll also see what when Sharad Pawar leaves, if he speak to media and clarify his stand, whether the request that is made by Ajit Pawar and faction for the NCP to remain united, whether that is something going to happen is we have to see, because as I mentioned, all the leaders from Ajit Pawar faction has already left YB Chawan, but there is another meeting that has been underway where Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, Jitendra Awar and Jayant Patil, which is underway, and there are some kind of discussion that has already been going on.
Yes, Alisha, requesting you to stay with us. If you can once again help us piece this together, what can we expect in the next few days, given that the monsoon session of the Maharashtra Assembly also begins tomorrow?
From tomorrow, and tomorrow what we will see that the NCP ministers who have taken oath in Shinde BJP government, and they have been allocated with some of the portfolios after 2 weeks is what we witnessed. But Praful Patel made it clear that now we have been leading from here, from YB Chawan. We already seek blessing from Sharad Pawar and also requested him to stay united. But from tomorrow, where the assembly session is going to be started, and all the NCP ministers with the particular portfolio that has been allocated to him, they are going to fulfill their responsibility, and all the questions and answers are to be given in the assembly as per the request that is going to be made. And it is also very important to see on 18th, because when there is a super NDA meeting and Praful Patel and Ajit Pawar are going to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and there were several topics are also going to be discussed, include the issue of farmer. Farmer issues has also to be discussed with the Prime Minister when it comes to the state of Maharashtra. But we'll also see tomorrow, as it will be very interesting to see where Maharashtra monsoon session is going to begin tomorrow, where Shinde, Fadnavis and NCP led by Ajit Pawar are going to be in the assembly together.
Well, absolutely, Alisha. So, stormy session of the Maharashtra Assembly is expected, that begins tomorrow. On that note, once again, listening to the key reactions that have come in from Praful Patel as well as Jayant Patil, as a key meet took place at YV Chawan Centre that was attended by the NCP ministers with Sharad Pawar.
लोग हमारे सबके दैवत, हमारे आदरणीय, हमारे नेता शरद पवार जी साहब को मिलने यहाँ पर यशवंतराव चौहान सेंटर में माननीय अजीत दादा पवार, माननीय छगन भुजबल जी, माननीय दिलीप वलसे पाटिल, माननीय हसन मुशर्रफ जी, माननीय धनंजय मुंडे, माननीय सुनील तटकरे जी और सभी हमारे बाकी के भी मंत्री और हमारे उपाध्यक्ष झिरवल साहब, सभी आज यहाँ पर आदरणीय शरद पवार साहब मौजूद हैं, ऐसा हमको मालूमात मिली। तो हम श्री अजीत पवार साहब के बंगले पर बैठे थे, तो जैसे ही हमें समझा कि यहाँ पर साहब बैठे, तो हम सब लोग यहाँ पर बिना पवार साहब को सूचित किए हुए यहाँ पहुँचे। आदरणीय शरद पवार साहब के हम सब लोगों ने प्रणाम करते हुए आशीर्वाद उनसे मांगे और उनसे विनती भी की कि उन्होंने हम सब लोगों की जो एक इच्छा है कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी एक साथ रहे और मजबूती से आगे काम करे, इसके लिए हमने विनती की और साहब को ये भी कहा कि आप इस दिशा में अवश्य विचार करें। आदरणीय पवार साहब ने किसी भी प्रकार की प्रतिक्रिया नहीं दी, हमारी बात को सुना और उसके पश्चात हम सब लोग यहाँ से अब प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं। बस इससे ज़्यादा आज के लिए हमारे पास न कोई आपके पास न जवाब है न प्रश्न हम आपके लेने वाले हैं।
तुम्ही चालले पुढे जा. मला वायबी चव्हाण सेंटरला पवार साहेबांनी बोलवले असं सुप्रियाताईंचा फोन.
अजितदादांच्या सोबत असणारे जे मंत्रिपदाची शपथ घेतलेले सगळे नवनिर्वाचित मंत्री आहेत ते आता भेटीला गेलेले आहेत. अशा पद्धतीची भेट होणं याकडे कसं पाहताय? कारण पवार साहेबांनी सुद्धा त्यांच्या विरोधामध्ये भूमिका घेतलेली होती.
मला काहीच माहित नाही. मला आता फोन आलाय, मला बोलवलं.
All right, so there you heard the reactions that are coming in just after that meet that was held at YB Chavan Center that was attended by the NCP ministers. The NCP ministers maintained that they went to seek blessings of Sharad Pawar. Now this as the monsoon session of the Maharashtra Assembly would begin starting tomorrow. So all eyes on that monsoon session that begins tomorrow, which is expected to be a stormy session given the kind of political developments we've seen from the state of Maharashtra in the last few days. Quick look at news and brief from across the country. Prime Minister Modi took to social media to share glimpses of his one-day trip to UAE. Sharing the video, the Prime Minister said that India and UAE shall keep working closely to further global good. Ahead of the key NDA meet, Sukhal Dev Bharatiya Samaj Party chief Om Prakash Rajbar has decided to join the NDA alliance led by Prime Minister Modi. Addressing a press conference following his entry in NDA, the SBSP chief O.P. Rajbar said that he met Union Home Minister Amit Shah on 14th of July and discussed various issues and then decided to fight the 2024 elections together.
हम देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, देश के गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित शाह जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय जेपी नड्डा जी, उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री माननीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को बधाई देता हूं कि आपने एनडीए में सुखदेव देव भारतीय समाज पार्टी को शामिल किया है और जो लड़ाई भारतीय जनता पार्टी गरीब, कमजोर, वंचित, शोषित की लड़ रही थी, उस लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए उस योग्य मुझे समझा, इसके लिए पुनः हम बधाई देते हैं.
Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party called party's political affairs committee meet ahead of the opposition meet in Bengaluru slated for tomorrow. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann would also be joining this meet by video conferencing. The decision to participate in the opposition meet is likely to be taken after this key meet of the Aam Aadmi Party. Uddhav Thackeray-led faction leader Sanjay Raut said that Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray and that along with him would be participating in the opposition meet that would be taking place in Bengaluru, further noting that it is an important meet to get the opposition leaders together. The SDRF has been deployed in 42 disaster-affected places in Uttarakhand. SDRF also conducted 36 rescue operations so far this month itself, in which 284 people have been rescued and shifted to safer locations. Vehicular movement resumed after Border Roads Organisation built a temporary bridge near Joshimath Highway. On 10th of July, a bridge connecting dozens of villages, including the villages in Joshimath, had been washed away due to a spate in Deoghar drain near the Malari Highway of Joshimath. Flood situation in Biswanath of Assam is still worrisome as more than 32,000 people have been affected in the region. 47 villages under the subdivision are still said to be inundated and the flood water has submerged 858 hectares of crop area approximately. In Jammu and Kashmir, 14th batch of Amarnath devotees departed for the holy cave from Bhagwati Nagar base early this morning, taking the total number of devotees to more than 2 lakh mark, and only in the last 15 days. The Indian Army contingent is set to participate in the 15th edition of India-Mongolia Joint Military Exercise. This exercise aims to enhance ties between the two armies in conducting counter-terror operations in mountainous terrain under the UN mandate. On 2nd of July, a group of pro-Khalistani supporters attempted to set the Indian Consulate in San Francisco on fire. 10 days later, waving the tricolour and chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans, scores of Indian community members staged a protest outside the consulate. Expressing support for India and its diplomats, members of the Indian community took to streets of San Francisco. From Canada to the United States, the Khalistani terror cannot be ignored. And the Indian community has sent out a strong message. Bureau Report, Republic TV. We slip into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, exclusive documents accessed that reveal that put questions on the Aam Aadmi Party government in the national capital. Also, it's a big relief for the Aam Aadmi Party as the central government further slashes down prices of tomatoes across the country.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the Times of India B School 2022 rankings. To apply, visit amity.edu.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
जैसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल, एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट करा.
है ना? You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time that I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission, Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
जैसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल, एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना? You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका व्हाइट जूते, व्हाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
जैसे जो फोकस, व्हाइट सॉक्स, फिर व्हाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Quick look at top headlines from across the globe. Red alert in several European countries as temperatures hit an all-time high. Heavy downpour causes havoc in South Korea, killing at least 26 people in rain-related incidents. Ukraine continues its counter-offensive to recapture territory from Russia. Protesters packed the streets of Tel Aviv protesting Israeli Prime Minister's controversial judicial bill. India's 10-member squad set to compete in World Aquatics Championship.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है, फैमिली बैकग्राउंड, ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू यू नो समबडी बिकमिंग एन ऑफिसर इन द इंडियन नेवी.
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर. भाई सर, बॉम्बे के
प्रॉपर
भाई सर. ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर. मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है, फैमिली बैकग्राउंड, ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू यू नो समबडी बिकमिंग एन ऑफिसर इन द इंडियन नेवी.
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर. भाई सर, बॉम्बे के
प्रॉपर
भाई सर. ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर. मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training. You were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल एंड अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस यू नो पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे धीरे सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the missions, Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
That's away from launch. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
हाउ इंडियन नेवी मतलब समुद्र
Very good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching live and breaking at 2:30. I'm Suesha Sound. We get you all the top stories making news this Sunday afternoon. Ground reports from the national capital on the flood situation and what the Aam Aadmi Party has to say on it as accountability is sought. That and much more in this edition. First, a quick check of the headlines we're tracking.
आदरणीय शरद पवार साहब के हम सब लोगों ने प्रणाम करते हुए आशीर्वाद उनसे मांगे।
Ajit Pawar camp meets Sharad Pawar in Mumbai ahead of the monsoon session, says here to seek blessings. Republic accesses clincher document stating key flood meet was delayed. Who's responsible for the Delhi deluge?
उत्तर प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है और दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है। ये तो ऐसा लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी, चाहे वो हरियाणा हो चाहे वो तो साजिश कर रही है दिल्ली वालों के खिलाफ।
Alleged conspiracy angle first. Aam Aadmi Party now dons silence. BJP hits back in an unrelenting attack.
18 तारीख को बैठक है एनडीए की, उसमें जाएंगे। कुछ बातें जो होती रहेंगी वो आपको बताएंगे। आज सिर्फ इतना कि एनडीए में हम शामिल हो गए।
Massive boost to NDA plus former Akhilesh Yadav aide now back in the NDA fold. Opposition miffed. Big relief for Aam Aadmi Party as government slashes prices of tomatoes. Further, tomatoes now at 80 rupees a kg. Congress decides to back Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi ordinance fight, but sources suggest Aam Aadmi Party remains undecided on opposition meet. And getting in a big news break on the Delhi flood deluge. Republic has accessed clincher document that states that the Apex Committee meant for flood control and preparedness headed by Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal never met over the last 2 years. Furthermore, the compulsory meeting of the Apex Committee should have taken place by the end of June and issue a flood control order, but that was never without the Apex Committee meeting and without proceeding preparations. Several questions that are now being asked to the Aam Aadmi Party government that has indulged in all-out politics, calling the Delhi floods a conspiracy, but no answers really coming into how this had not been preempted and prepared for. Now, this big revelation coming to light as this is a clincher document. It states that the Apex Committee meant for flood control and preparedness is headed by Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, but it had never met in the last 2 years. Let me straight away cut across to my colleague Madhurima, who's tracking all the details on the same. Madhurima, the sentiment is clear that probably Delhi would not have been as worse as it is right now had preparations been done in time, and most importantly, the Aam Aadmi Party government would have been more active in terms of preparing for it. But this particular document revealing that the body that had been designed to look into it, headed by the Chief Minister, they didn't even meet for 2 years.
Well, absolutely, Swesha. That's the major concern because if we read the last paragraph, it very clearly states, Swesha, that it is pertinent to mention that this committee, this apex body that is supposed to take stock of the situation, did not meet in the year 2022, and Mr. Arvind Kejriwal did not attend this particular meeting neither in 2022 and even in 2023. It is supposed to meet in the month of June, but it kept on postponed. The entire meeting was postponed multiple times. So right now I'm joined by Harish Khurana ji. He's the Delhi BJP spokesperson. We'll talk to him about it, sir. It has come to fore that the committee meeting that was supposed to be conducted, that could have, the situation in the national capital could have been much better. How do you see that the meeting was not even convened?
See, the seriousness of Aam Aadmi Party shows that since last 2 years, the Apex Committee meeting, what is the Apex Committee is for? Apex Committee is for the flood control, and the coordination from Hathnikut barrage was to take place. They have to do a coordination. If the meeting, which is headed by the Chief Minister and the Revenue Minister, is not taking place since last 2 years, this shows the seriousness of the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, that how much they were serious for the flood. Point number one. Point number two, they were talking about Hathnikut and all those stuff. I might like to ask one question from Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, two questions. One is, on 10th of July, Arvind Kejriwal himself said that in 1978, when the flood comes in, 7 lakh odd cusic water was been released from the Hathnikut. That's the reason the flood was there. But in 2013, 8 lakh cusic water was been released, and in 2018, 8.28 lakh water was been released. So there was no flood at that time. Why it is happening that this time 3.5 lakh cusic water was been released, and Delhi has seen one of the major floods since independence now? I mean, the reason is, one simple is corruption. 6,500 crore rupees has been spent on the Yamuna cleaning, desilting, and we've seen now, because the desilting is not taken place, this flood has come. So where this 6,500 crore rupees has gone? And also, more importantly, third, the major point, what we think is, since 9 years, you have not brought the drainage master plan for Delhi. I mean, last master plan was there for 40 lakh people in Delhi, and today they have 2.5 crores. So you are not serious about Delhi. You are doing a political tourism. And when this meeting was been happening, meeting was being cancelled.
हमने सरकार को सपोर्ट नहीं किया और इसीलिए उस हिसाब से बैठने का इंतजाम वो करें, ऐसी हमें अपेक्षा है.
लेकिन कुठेतरी सहानुभूती निर्माण करण्यासाठी ही भेट म्हणायचं का? कारण शरद पवारांना सोडून गेले, कुठेतरी अशी चर्चा सुरू
आहे की ते अचानकपणाने येऊन भेटलेले आहेत. काय त्याच्यातून कोणाचा उद्देश आहे याविषयी आज सांगणं अवघड आहे. पण हे खरं आहे की त्यांनी पवारसाहेबांची दिलगिरी व्यक्त केली, झालेल्या घटनेबद्दल खंत व्यक्त केली, आणि त्यांनी असं सांगितलं, मी ज्यावेळी पोचलो त्यावेळी, की लार्जर इंटरेस्ट लक्षात ठेवून एकत्रित सगळ्यांना आपण करावं, अशी त्यांनी भूमिका व्यक्त केली. पवारसाहेबांनी याच्यावर कोणती प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त केली नाही, आणि त्या ठिकाणी काही प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त केली नाही. आमची त्यानंतर काही फारशी चर्चा झाली.
तो महाराष्ट्र में लार्जर इंटरेस्ट जहाँ बात वो कर रहे थे, तो ऐसे में लगता है कि बैठक आपकी आज भी होगी इस मामले को लेकर, क्योंकि अगर उन्होंने जो प्रस्ताव रखा है कि साथ में आ जाइए, ज़रूरत है महाराष्ट्र को, तो ऐसे में कि आज ही इस बारे में कुछ फैसला हो सकता है? कल से महाराष्ट्र का
हमने कुछ तय नहीं किया है. अभी पवार साहब राष्ट्रवादी के पक्ष कार्यालय में वहाँ नासिक के 150-200 युवा आए हैं और साहब को मिलना चाहते हैं. इसलिए पवार साहब वहाँ शेड्यूल्ड मीटिंग के ज़रिए वहाँ पहुँचने वाले थे. अभी भी वो वहाँ जाने वाले हैं. ये बीच में ही ये थोड़ा सा मीटिंग होने के कारण उनको मिलने वहाँ जाने को भी देरी हुई है, लेकिन उनका काम चालू है.
ये 9 मंत्री
व्हीप उद्या व्हीप महत्वाचा राहणार आहे का? व्हीप बजावलेला आहे का? व्हीप काही बजावलेला आहे का? कारण उद्या कोणी कुठे बसायचं हा सगळ्यात महत्वाचा आहे, त्यामुळे व्हीप काही बजावलेला आहे का आपण?
व्हीप बजावण्याची व्यवस्था आमचे मुख्य व्हीप श्रीयुत जितेंद्र आव्हाड साहेब हे बजावणार आहे.
Ahead of monsoon session, there will be whip that is to be issued, and Jitendra Awad, who is the chief whip, is going to issue the whip to all the NCP MLAs.
पण जर उद्या काही आमदार
मैं ऐसी कोई बात हमारे सामने हुई नहीं. मैं थोड़ा 10-15 मिनट 20 मिनट लेट आया. मुझे बाद में बुलाया गया इसलिए. विरोधी पक्षनेत्याच्या बाबतीत काँग्रेस पक्ष, आम्ही आणि शिवसेना आमची तिघांची चर्चा काही प्रमाणात झालेली आहे. शेवटी आमच्याबरोबर
we will sit in the opposition, which include our MLAs as well as Congress and Shiv Sena.
तर कदाचित हा किंवा ही विरोधी पक्ष नेते पदाची जबाबदारी काँग्रेसकडे जाईल.
When it comes to the leader of opposition, we all together have decided, and there could be some confusion specifically for tomorrow.
आज तुमच्यासोबत किती आमदार आहे, काय आकडा आहे तुमच्याकडे? राष्ट्रवादीचे किती आमदार
तुमच्याकडे? 19-20 आमदार आमच्याकडे आहेत. बरेच आमदार दोन्हीकडे असल्यासारखे दाखवत आहेत, त्यामुळे तिकडे गेलेल्यातले बरेच आमदार आहेत. पण आम्हाला त्याच्यासाठी आम्ही स्वतःहून कुठल्या आमदारांना ज्यांना संपर्क केला
There are number of MLAs who are with the other factions. We know that they have some of the extra majority of the MLAs with them.
माझी थोडीशी चर्चा झाली. मी बाळासाहेब थोरात आणि अशोक चव्हाण साहेब यांच्याशी थोडंसं बोललो आहे. त्यांनी त्याच्याबद्दल त्यांची देखील काँग्रेसच्या वरिष्ठांशी चर्चा होईल. त्याबाबतीत योग्य निर्णय होईल.
तुमच्याकडून काय मागणी आहे? तुमच्याकडे जर हवा अशा प्रकारची काय मागणी आहे?
When it comes to the leader of opposition, because I spoke to Balasab Thorat and Ashok Chavan, and the decision will be taken accordingly.
असं मला वाटत नाही. संख्या ज्याची
There are 90 to 20 MLAs are with us.
पुढचा प्रश्न आहे. पण ज्या पक्षाची संख्या मोठी आहे त्या पक्षाचा पाठिंबा असल्याशिवाय विरोधी पक्षनेता कसं काम करणार? त्यामुळे आज सगळ्यात मोठा पक्ष कदाचित आमचं कागदावर बळ आमचंच मोठं आहे. आमच्यातून बाहेर गेलेलेही आमच्यातून बाहेर गेलेत असं अजून म्हणत नाही. त्यामुळं आमच्या विरोधी पक्षनेत्यांनी राजीनामा दिलेला आहे. आमचा पक्ष कागदावर आजही सर्वात मोठा विरोधातला पक्ष आहे. पण आमच्या आणि त्यामुळं विरोधी पक्ष आहेत
on paper.
विनिमय करावा लागेल.
When we know there are 9 MLAs who took over the sworn as a minister.
कांग्रेस से बातचीत हुई है और कांग्रेस इसके ऊपर जल्द से जल्द सोच के उनका निर्णय भी करेगी.
आपके पास विधायक सर इस वक्त संख्या कितनी है, अगर आप बता सकेंगे?
19 तक तो पहुंचती है हमारी, लेकिन काफ़ी विधायक ऐसे हैं कि कहीं भी हो लेकिन पवार साहब को मानने वाले हैं.
मानसून सत्र के किसी भी सत्र के पहले जो टी पार्टी होती है, चाय पानी होता है, उसमें बुलाया जाता है. आप शामिल होंगे? आप बहिष्कारी हैं?
नहीं, अंबादास दानवे जी, बालासाहेब थोरात, शिवसेना के नेता, कांग्रेस के नेता और हम अभी बैठे थे. उसी बैठक से यहाँ आए हैं और उस बैठक में जो हमने आपके सामने भूमिका जो रखनी है उस भूमिका को भी हम सपोर्ट करके आए हैं. तो वो अभी जल्द से जल्द आपके सामने उनकी भूमिका रखेंगे.
शेवटचा प्रश्न, अजित पवार आणि इतर मंत्र्यांनी प्रस्ताव ठेवलेला आहे, आशीर्वाद द्यावा, आमच्यासोबत द्यावा. शरद पवार याच्यावरती कधी उत्तर देणार आहे आणि तुम्हाला वैयक्तिक काय वाटतं, ते आशीर्वाद दिले पाहिजे?
शरद पवार साहेबांनी याच्यावर कोणती प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त केली नाही. त्यांनी उत्तर द्यावं न द्यावं हा त्यांचा प्रश्न आहे. उत्तराची अपेक्षा त्यांना आहे का त्यांनी मार्ग काढण्याची अपेक्षा व्यक्त केलेली आहे आमच्यासमोर. पण पवार साहेबांनी काही प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त केलेली नाही. पण एक जनरल परसेप्शन त्यांचा सगळ्यांचाच आग्रह होता की पक्ष एकत्रित ठेवण्यासाठी यासाठी काही ना काही मार्ग आपण काढावा.
2 गट एकत्र येणार का, या निमित्तानंच चर्चा सुरू झाली आहे?
नाही, चर्चा तर आता ते भेटायलाच आले, त्यामुळं पवार साहेबांनी त्यांना वेळ दिलेली नव्हती. ते अचानक आले. मलाही अचानक विरोधी पक्ष नेत्यांच्या बैठकीतून मला इथे यावं लागलं. त्यामुळं हे अचानक ते येऊन भेटले. त्यांनी झालेल्या सर्व घटनांच्याबद्दल खंत व्यक्त केली, दिलगिरी व्यक्त केली आणि पक्ष एकसंघ ठेवा म्हणून साहेबांच्याकडे आग्रही भूमिका त्यांनी केली. पण पवार साहेबांनी त्याच्यावर काय आज प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त केली.
विधानसभा सर, अगर घर वापसी की बात है, अगर विधायक जो एनसीपी छोड़ के सर छोड़ के गए, अगर वापस आते कि आप लोग वापस बड़ा दिल दिखाएंगे?
नहीं, ऐसा है कि हमारी प्राथमिकता ये है कि सारे लोग अगर वापस आते हैं तो मैं पार्टी का अध्यक्ष हूँ, मुझे तो आनंद ही होगा.
सर, इसी से जोड़ कर सवाल अभी इसलिए ये होता है कि ऐसे में जब विधानसभा अध्यक्ष के सामने में डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन रखा है, विधानसभा अध्यक्ष ये कहते हैं हमें ये तय करना होगा एनसीपी के बारे में, सत्ता पक्ष में है विरोधी पक्ष में, उसके बाद ही नेता प्रतिपक्ष कहा जा सकता है, लेकिन संख्या को देखते हुए तो आप अभी सरकार में ही हैं, तो फिर क्या अभी डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन आप पीछे लेने के बारे में आपकी चर्चा होगी?
हम सरकार में नहीं हैं, कुछ लोग उस तरफ गए हैं, उन्होंने सरकार को सपोर्ट किया है, हमने अभी सरकार को सपोर्ट नहीं किया है. अभी हमारे पार्टी में डिवीज़न हुई है, ये वस्तुस्थिति है, ये फैक्ट्स है. और हमारा हम पवार साहब के नेतृत्व के नीचे जो काम करने वाले विधायक है वो शिवसेना, कांग्रेस इनके साथ ही विधानसभा में बैठे.
सर, देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने कहा था कि राष्ट्रवादी के साथ हमारी वैचारिक नहीं पॉलिटिकल युति राजनीतिक. ऐसे में अगर महाराष्ट्र के लार्जर पर्सपेक्टिव के लिए, लार्जर फायदे के लिए अगर एनसीपी सरकार में बनी रहती है और अगर काम करने का मौका मिलता है तो क्या ये सही होगा? आपने कहा था कि अगर वो साहब.
All right, so it is time for us to slip into a short commercial break and a quick check of the big stories we are tracking. It's a massive boost to the NDA. Former Akhilesh Yadav aide is back in the NDA fold. And the Congress has decided to back the Aam Aadmi Party in the Delhi ordinance fight, but sources suggest that AAP remains undecided on opposition meet.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training, you were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स. एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल एंड अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट वाला,
है ना? Hero like.
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission, Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
जैसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
you know,
You don't like it?
though I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
जैसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
You know,
You don't like it?
though I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training, you were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ, इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल कमांड. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
मित्रों, एक तरफ उत्पीड़न, एक तरफ अत्याचार, एक तरफ पक्षपात और एक तरफ सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, ये मोदी जी मंत्र लेकर के चले. आज हम गौरव के साथ कह सकते हैं 80 करोड़ की जनता को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी, प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना में 80 करोड़ की जनता को 5 किलो गेहूं या 5 किलो चावल या 1 किलो दाल देने का काम उन्होंने लिया है. और आपको जानकर खुशी होगी कि राजस्थान में भी 4 करोड़ 40 लाख भाइयों को प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना में 5 किलो गेहूं या 5 किलो चावल दिया जा रहा है. यह भी हमको समझना चाहिए.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है, फैमिली बैकग्राउंड, ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है, एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू यू नो समबडी बिकमिंग एन ऑफिसर इन द इंडियन नेवी.
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर. भाई सर, बॉम्बे के
प्रॉपर भाई
सर. तो ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज, एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ, तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर. मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है, फैमिली बैकग्राउंड, ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है, एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू यू नो समबडी बिकमिंग एन ऑफिसर इन द इंडियन नेवी.
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर. भाई सर, बॉम्बे के
प्रॉपर भाई
सर. तो ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज, एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ, तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर. मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training. You were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल, अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
That's away from one. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships. What happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
Let's start with the Superfast 50. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal visited a flood relief camp in the national capital. During his visit to the relief camp, where residents from the flooded Yamuna Bazar have taken shelter, the Chief Minister took stock of the situation, was accompanied with the Delhi ministers. Delhi LG meanwhile inspected flood-affected areas as situation continues to remain worrisome across the national capital. While taking stock of the flood situation, Delhi Minister Saurabh Bharadwaj also inspected a relief camp near Mayur Vihar, and much to his embarrassment, he was met with protests by the locals in the area. Republic accessed the Apex Committee report. Now, according to the report, the flood control and preparedness team headed by the Chief Minister did not meet in the last 2 hours. Compulsory meeting of the Apex panel should have taken place by end of June, which did not happen in the last 2 years. Meanwhile, Delhi floods have claimed 2 more lives, increasing the death toll to 5 now. Situation still remains worrisome, with several areas that still remain waterlogged at several locations. Waterlogging issues persist in parts of the capital as Yamuna River continues to overflow. Commuters, meanwhile, have been facing problems due to the waterlogging situation. Severe waterlogging being seen in Delhi's Yamuna Bazar due to the rise in water level of Yamuna River that remains above the danger mark. Residents have voiced concerns over health-related hazards as well. Delhi's ITO remains completely flooded as Yamuna water level has slowly started to recede. Meanwhile, traffic and commuters continue to remain affected in wake of the situation. Several houses still remain submerged in Delhi's Akshardham area. The normal life of the residents of Akshardham still remains affected. Delhi's Mayur Vihar has been heavily flooded due to the rising water level of the river. Meanwhile, teams of the NDRF carried out rescue operations in the low-lying areas near Pragati Maidan late on Saturday night. This as Yamuna River still remains above the danger mark. Nearby areas and adjoining areas remain affected due to waterlogging in the area. The SDRF has been deployed in 42 disaster-affected places in Uttarakhand. The SDRF so far, in just 1 month, has conducted 36 rescue operations. Vehicular movement resumed after the Border Roads Organisation built a temporary bridge near Joshimath Highway. Remember, it was on 10th of July that the bridge connecting dozens of villages, including the Joshimath, had been washed away due to a spate in the Deoghar drain near the highway. Flood situation in Assam still remains grim as more than 32,000 people have been affected in the subdivision area. 47 villages under the Biswanath subdivision are still underwater and the water remains with inundating several hectares of crops as well. Ajit Pawar meanwhile held a meet with Sharad Pawar at YB Chavan Center. Top NCP ministers were present in this meet that was held just a few minutes ago.
आदरणीय शरद पवार साहब के हम सब लोगों ने प्रणाम करते हुए आशीर्वाद उनसे मांगे और उनसे विनंती भी की। हम सब लोगों की जो एक इच्छा है कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी एक साथ रहे और मजबूती से आगे काम करे, इसके लिए हमने विनंती की और साहब को ये भी कहा कि आप इस दिशा में अवश्य विचार करें। आदरणीय पवार साहब ने किसी भी प्रकार की प्रतिक्रिया नहीं दी, हमारी बात को सुना और उसके पश्चात हम सब लोग यहाँ से अब प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं।
Ahead of the key NDA meet, Sukhaldev Bharatiya Samaj Party chief Om Prakash Rajbhai has decided to join the NDA fold ahead of the NDA meet that would be taking place on 18th of July. Addressing a press conference following his entry in the NDA, the SBSP chief said that he'd met Union Home Minister Amit Shah on 14th of July, following which he decided to join the NDA fold. After a major blow from the SBSP leader Om Prakash Rajbhai, the Samajwadi Party spokesperson hit out at the leader, saying that OP Rajbhai was pressurized from the centre. After a reassessment of the situation from across 500 plus points in the country, the government has decided to sell tomatoes at a price of 80 rupees per kg. In Jammu and Kashmir, 14th batch of Amarnath devotees departed for the holy cave from the Bhagwati Nagar base camp this morning. In more news from across the country, the Aam Aadmi Party has called party's Political Affairs Committee meeting. This just ahead of the opposition meet that would be taking place in Bengaluru starting tomorrow. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann would be in attendance in this key meet that's been called by the Aam Aadmi Party. Uddhav faction leader Sanjay Raut meanwhile said that Aditya Thackeray and himself will be a part of this opposition meet that is slated to take place in Bengaluru. In view of the assembly election, the BJP National President JP Nadda launched BJP's poll campaign in Jaipur. Meanwhile, the Congress Parliamentary Strategy Group meeting is scheduled to be held at UPA Chairperson Sonia Gandhi's residence to discuss the issues to be raised in the upcoming monsoon session of the Parliament. 6 Kavariyas were electrocuted to death while 5 others sustained injuries after their vehicle collided. In fact, it came in contact with a high voltage power line. According to officials, the incident occurred when the vehicle of Kavariyas came in contact with a low-hanging, high-tension power line in the area. A lady on Amarnath Yatra died after being struck by naturally occurring shooting stones. Two other members of the mountain rescue team of J&K police who tried to rescue the lady were also seriously injured. Meanwhile, the naval group welcomed the announcement made by the Indian and French authorities regarding the extension of the Indo-French partnership with an objective to explore ambitious submarine projects. The Indian Army contingent is set to participate in the 15th edition of the India-Mongolia Joint Military Exercise. This exercise aims to enhance the interoperability between both armies in conducting counter-terror operations in mountainous terrain under the UN mandate. A passenger on board the AI-301 operating Sydney to Delhi on 9th of July behaved inappropriately during a flight despite verbal and written warnings, causing distress to other passengers as well, which included one of the staff members of Air India. Upon the flight's safe landing in Delhi, the passenger was handed over to the security personnel. The passenger later apologized in writing. Members of the Indian American community were seen holding a tricolour gathering outside the Indian Consulate in San Francisco to express support for India and its diplomats following recent attempted arson at the diplomatic facility by pro-Khalistani supporters. And in news from across the globe, South Korean president pledged to provide Ukraine with humanitarian as well as reconstruction aid and more military supplies in a bilateral meet with Ukraine president. Now, remember, this comes as a surprise trip to Ukraine with his wife, which was his first since Russia's offensive against Ukraine began almost 17 months ago. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov showered praises on the solid foundation of relations between Thailand and Russia during a visit to Phuket. Lavrov arrived for an official visit where he met with his counterpart and even attended the opening ceremony of the Russian Consulate in Phuket. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was rushed to a hospital but was in good condition as he underwent a medical evaluation. Netanyahu, who is 73 years, is Israel's longest serving leader and has served multiple terms stretching over 15 years in office. And as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was hospitalized, tens of thousands of protesters packed the streets of Tel Aviv, marking the 28th straight week of demonstrations against his plan to overhaul the country's judicial system. 4 lives were lost in a shooting at a subdivision in Hampton. A hunt is still underway for the man suspected of gunning down 3 men and a woman in Georgia. The shootings mark the 31st mass killing of 2023, taking the lives of at least 153 people this year alone.
The time of 10:45 this morning, Mr. Langmore shot and killed 4 residents of the city of Hampton. All 4 victims are adults. There was 3 males, 1 female. We're not releasing the names of the victims at this time to ensure that the family has time to be notified and for them to grieve in private before it becomes public.
Days of heavy rains in South Korea has claimed lives of at least 26 people, leaving several others missing due to landslides and flush and other incidents as well. South Korea, remember, has been pounded by heavy rains since 9th of July. The Spanish Civil Guard has released aerial footage of a forest fire raging on the Canary island of La Palma. Spanish authorities say that they have preemptively evacuated some 500 people to avoid the wildfire. A fire at an Ethiopian chemical plant triggered explosions that shook homes several miles away, prompting emergency officials to urge a few hundred nearby residents to shelter indoor for several hours. Lava and poisonous gases continue to simmer out of a volcano in Iceland. The region, remember, is centered above a volcanic hotspot in North Atlantic that averages an eruption every 4 to 5 years. As Europe sizzles under a heat wave, Italy's capital Rome is sweltering under a red alert as temperatures hit an all-time high on Saturday. Heat wave alerts have also been sounded in Rome as well as Florence. News from the world of sports. Harmanpreet Kaur led India women's cricket team. It's currently on a tour to Bangladesh. India started the tour with a 2-1 win in the T20 International Series. Both teams are now set to lock horns in a 3-match ODI series. Lakshya Sen, meanwhile, marched into the last 4 stage of the US Open Super 300 badminton tournament. Lakshya will now face second seed Li Xingfeng of China in the semi-finals. The Indian football team is likely to miss the Asian Games for the second consecutive time as it does not meet the Sport Ministry's criteria of being ranked among the top 8 sides in the continent. It's now official. Lionel Messi completed his move to Inter Miami on a deal running to 2025. Messi is, remember, in line to make his debut for Inter Miami on Friday in the League's Cup.
Sí, muchachos, nos vemos en Miami.
Arsenal has announced the signing of West Ham and England midfielder Declan Rice on a long-term contract. With this, Declan Rice is set to become the most expensive English player in history.
Overwhelming, obviously, because of my relationship with West Ham and the love and support I have for them. It's been really hard to walk away. But look, in football, amazing opportunities arise. Big clubs like Arsenal, have come for me, and it's really hard to turn down. You only ever get one career, and I really believe in what Mikel's building here, what the squad is building, and I'm really now looking forward to the future with Arsenal.
Sweden, meanwhile, trained at their base camp in Wellington on the eve of facing the Philippines in their last World Cup warm-up match and 1 week from their tournament debut. Marketa Vondrousova became the lowest-ranked woman to win Wimbledon, defeating 2022 runner-up in the Saturday final. She is a 24-year-old from the Czech Republic who is ranked 42nd and was the first unseeded woman to play for the title at the All-England club in 60 years. The first race of E-Prix in Rome was halted following a terrifying multi-car stunt that eliminated 6 drivers. The race was immediately red-flagged. However, all the drivers involved walked away unharmed. The Golden State Warriors star made a hole-in-one Saturday in the American Century Championship celebrity tournament that was held. The opening ceremony of the 2023 World Aquatics Championship was held in Japan. It is the second time that the Japanese city is hosting the event, the first time being in 2001.
The Amity BBA has been ranked India's #1 BBA in the Times of India B School 2022 rankings. To apply, visit amity.edu.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships. What happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट वाला,
है ना? You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships. What happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना,
you know.
हीरो लगे.
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना, हीरो लगे.
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training. You were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल कमांड. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल एंड अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस यू नो पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे 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 सिंक होता है कि ना आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
That's away from launch. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Lift-off normal.
Here we have a majestic lift-off of LCM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट वाला,
है ना, हीरो लगे.
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
Now, the flood situation in the national capital still remains worrisome, with with at least 5 deaths that have been reported so far related to floods in the national capital. Now, concerns have also been raised regarding scarcity of water and health hazards that have also been flagged by several people in the national capital. Here's a quick report from the ground on the situation so far.
If we speak of the timeline would be that if the national capital receives a medium rainfall, that it will take less than a week for the authorities over here, along with the central forces, to take cognizance of the matter and resolve it at the time. But if we look at the IMD predictions for the week, it is 50 to 70% rainfall. However, the mechanism of the national capital every year when it rains breaks for a while. Then of course the rescue mechanism is put in place, and then situation is brought under control. But as I speak, I'll take you first to the visuals over here. I'll ask Bhim to move along. We are near Central Secretariat, and as you can see, we're on one side where this street was initially inundated. This has been cleared out, but you can see that just next to the main street of Central Secretariat. People have to wade through the waters. I'll request Bhim to zoom in and show you as to how this street that leads to places like Connaught Place is inundated, and people continue to suffer. But the situation has relatively improved, and looking at the speed of efforts that are being put in place, in another 2 to 3 days the situation will come relatively under control, and by the end of the week, if it does not pause, according to the IMD, the prediction is of 50 to 70% of rainfalls, that too scantily distributed across national capital. So the predictions are not very serious as far as national capital is concerned, that it's not going to rain 24/7, making the situation worse. But yes, as far as the situation, the efforts that are being made by the Delhi government, by the central government, by the forces, all that put in place, you can see that the situation has relatively improved. But at still some sections, as my video journalist Bhishma is bringing you the visuals, as you can see that the streets are heavily inundated, knee-deep water persists. And to your second question, that that there's a fear of diseases as well. So that is also one of the concerns. Delhi is known for its dengue. Delhi has fought dengue. There were thousands of cases just a couple of years back. But we'll have to wait and watch as to how that really falls apart.
On 2nd of July, a group of pro-Khalistani supporters attempted to set the Indian Consulate in San Francisco on fire. 10 days later, waving the tricolour and chanting Bharat Mata Ki Jai slogans, scores of Indian community members staged a protest outside the consulate. Expressing support for India and its diplomats, members of the Indian community took to streets of San Francisco. From Canada to the United States, the Khalistani terror cannot be ignored. And the Indian community has sent out a strong message. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And back home in news coming in from Rajasthan, where BJP National President JP Nadda has kicked off BJP campaign in the state that is gearing for elections later this year. So, BJP National President JP Nadda kicking off the BJP campaign in the state of Rajasthan that heads for polls in just months from now.
आखिर ये क्या कारण हुआ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ये तय करना पड़ा कि हम नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान, इस बात को लेकर महारैली भी करेंगे और कैंपेन को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। इसका कारण है कि ये गहलोत की सरकार नहीं है, ये घर को लूटने वाली सरकार है जो आज राजस्थान में विद्यमान है। दिल्ली को पैसा भेजना, गरीबों के पॉकेट का हिस्सा मारना, सरेआम भ्रष्टाचार को प्रोत्साहित करना, भ्रष्टाचार के नए रिकॉर्ड बनाना।
And with that, we slip into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, inside details on the Maha-political thriller. And it's a big boost for the NDA just ahead of the big meet being called on 18th of July.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
आपकी स्टोरी जो है, फैमिली बैकग्राउंड, ये बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है, एंड नोबडी वुड कनेक्ट इट टू somebody becoming an officer in the Indian Navy.
मेरे चाचा बहुत अच्छे, वेरी क्लोज टू अस, बट वो गैंगस्टर थे सर. भाई सर, बॉम्बे के प्रॉपर भाई सर. ही वाज अ बिग नेम दोज डेज, एंड फिर उनका एनकाउंटर हुआ तो हम लोग वो ऑरा में जिए सर. मुझे पहला, हम 3 भाई हैं, तो मेरा पहला ये था करियर ऑप्शन वाज टू बी अ गैंगस्टर.
Then you wore whites and all, and you completed your training, you were commissioned, and then Kargil happens.
ऑपरेशन तलवार ऐसा एक वॉर था, आई मीन नेवी पार्टिसिपेटेड, जो तीनों जो कमांड है नेवी का एक साथ, इट केम अंडर वेस्टर्न नेवल कमांड. वेस्ट पे देवर 33 शिप्स, एंड देन व्हेन ही सेड दैट कि इट्स अ वॉर यू आर गोइंग, सो पहला इमोशन जो होता है ना, अगर मूवी में सब दिखाते हैं कि मारेंगे काटेंगे, वैसे कुछ नहीं होता था. लगती है पहले साला 22 साल, अभी तो मेरी फैमिली ऊपर आ रही है, ऑल दोस पर्सनल इमोशन. बट धीरे धीरे सिंक होता है कि ना, आपने तो यूनिफॉर्म इसी दिन के लिए पहना था करके.
Talking about Chandrayaan 3, and if you look at both the mission, Chandrayaan 2 and Chandrayaan 3, what is it that we have done differently this time?
There were many changes in the hardware to accomplish that. One of them is that we were landing with a single engine last time. Now we are going to land with 2 engines this time. Second is we are having more fuel on board to handle dispersions of wider extent. Then we looked at how sensors can mislead you. There are certain sensors to measure position, height, speed, relative to the moon, etc. And we try to put additional instruments to handle failures of multiple sensors.
That's a wave for launch. Mark and counting.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Liftoff normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LTM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan 3 spacecraft.
How Indian Navy, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे, you saw ships, what happened?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर. बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका वाइट जूते, वाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, वाइट सॉक्स, फिर वाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल, एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रोवोस्ट करा,
है ना? You don't like it?
So I'm not a gay, but I felt in love with him that time. This was the first time when I'm seeing someone so close, and मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
What is it that the nation really does not know in terms of the job that has been done by Chandrayaan 2?
Chandrayaan 2 was a follow-up of the Chandrayaan 1 mission, which has been a remarkable success. And one of the hailed finding is the discovery of water, or rather the hydroxyl molecules on the surface of the moon. Of course, we have very high resolution image of moon, almost 28 centimeter resolution, which is one of the highest resolution that we can create on moon, because we are capturing the image from 100 kilometer altitude, and that maps helps you to do the Chandrayaan 3 mission much more better.
हाउ इंडियन नेवी, मतलब समुद्र के किनारे यू सॉ शिप्स, व्हाट हैपेंड?
एक नेवल जिप्सी से एक बंदा उतरा सर, बंदा उतरा, टिपिकल फिल्म जैसे, पहले जूते बाहर आता है, फिर उसका व्हाइट जूते, व्हाइट
कैमरा का फोकस है,
ऐसे जो फोकस, व्हाइट सॉक्स, फिर व्हाइट उसके ये, देन बेल्ट, बकल, कैप, ये गॉगल एंड एक डंडा हाथ में प्रवोस्ट वाला,
है ना?
you know,
हीरो लगे.
तो आई एम नॉट अ गे बट आई फेल्ट इन लव विथ हिम दैट टाइम. दिस वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम व्हेन आई एम सीइंग समवन सो क्लोज एंड मुझे लगा सर ये होना चाहिए करके लाइफ में.
हम सब लोगों की जो एक इच्छा है कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी एक साथ रहे, और साहब को ये भी कहा कि आप इस दिशा में अवश्य विचार करें.
Ajit Pawar camp meet Sharad Pawar in Mumbai ahead of monsoon session, says here to seek blessings. Republic accesses clincher document stating key flood meet was delayed. Who is responsible for Delhi deluge?
हरियाणा और उत्तर प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है और दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है. ये तो ऐसा लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी, चाहे वो हरियाणा हो चाहे वो तो साजिश कर रही है दिल्ली वालों के खिलाफ.
Alleged conspiracy angle first. Aam Aadmi Party now don't silence. BJP hits back in an unrelenting attack.
18 तारीख को बैठक है एनडीए की, उसमें जाएंगे, कुछ बातें जो होती रहेंगी वो आपको बताएंगे. आज सिर्फ इतना कि एनडीए में हम शामिल हो गए.
Massive boost to NDA plus from Akhilesh Yadav aide, now back in NDA fold. Opposition miffed. Big relief for Aam Aadmi as the government slashes prices of tomatoes further. Tomatoes now ₹80 per kg. Congress decides to back Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi ordinance fight, but sources suggest Aam Aadmi Party remains undecided on opposition meet. Viewers, we're live and breaking this Sunday. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. And what we are seeing right now is amid the political blame game in the national capital over Delhi floods, Haryana Chief Minister has hit out with a sharp response saying that Haryana helped Delhi when it was facing drinking water scarcity during summers. And now when a calamity has struck Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party government is doing politics over it. Let's go straight across to Ashwarya Kapoor, our executive editor politics. Ashwarya, we are seeing that a statement has come. He said he does not want to get involved in such petty politics and no person from Haryana can drown Delhi to save themselves. A very sharp statement coming in there from the Haryana Chief Minister.
Well, absolutely, but this is after the Delhi Chief Minister and then the Delhi government took on them. We've seen this scenario during COVID. We've seen this scenario during drought, and now we are seeing this scenario once again. Shivangi, when there is a near flood situation here in the national capital, blame game, we saw the Aam Aadmi Party coming out and saying that the BJP government has deliberately flooded Delhi. To the counter, Haryana Chief Minister clearly saying that when you needed water, when Delhi was in a near to drought situation, yes, we are getting a press conference. We are going live to that, and then we are going to continue with this directly to the press conference. Shivangi.
ये राजनीतिक तौर से इस्तेमाल करते हैं, लेकिन जनता के सेवा भाव की तरफ से इनकी तरफ से कोई प्रयास भी नहीं होता. और जब भी मेरे मन में ये फ्लडिंग की सिचुएशन या बाढ़ की जो विपत्ति सामने आती है, तो ठीक मेरा मन जो है, मस्तिष्क जो है, वो कोरोना की तरफ चल पड़ता है और कहता है कि उस समय दिल्ली की क्या क्या स्थिति थी. भोजन का प्रबंधन तो प्रधानमंत्री जी करवा के दें, ऑक्सीजन तो केंद्र सरकार करवा के दें. 972 मैट्रिक टन इनको ऑक्सीजन चाहिए थी, जो पूरी भारत की खपत थी कोरोना से पहले, जो इन्हें अकेले दिल्ली को चाहिए थी. अर्जी दरखास्त लगा के कोर्ट से 972 मैट्रिक टन का ऑर्डर करवा लिया. ऑर्डर के बाद वो 972 मैट्रिक टन देने पर केंद्र सरकार मजबूर हो गई. लेकिन कहाँ लानी है, किस किस अस्पताल में जानी है, कौन कौन सी पाइपलाइन है, कहाँ उसको स्टोर किया जाएगा, क्या किया जाएगा, उसकी कोई व्यवस्था नहीं थी। और कोई क्रायोजेनिक टैंकर या कोई ऐसी व्यवस्था भी हो कि जिसके माध्यम से ऑक्सीजन को लाने ले जाने का काम किया जाए। अस्पताल सेटअप करने हैं, वो DRDO आके करेगी। तो हर बार दिल्ली को मझधार में छोड़ दो और फिर उम्मीद करो कि नैया पार कोई और ही लगाएगा, क्योंकि केंद्र सरकार की भी सीट ऑफ गवर्नेंस है, तो केंद्र सरकार ही आके अपने आप काम करेगी। हमारा काम तो सिर्फ भड़काऊ भाषण देना और जनता को गुमराह करना है। आपको गुमराह करने की दृष्टि से मैं एक आंकड़ा देना चाहती हूँ, आज किसी अखबार में भी छपा है, लेकिन अगर आप याद करें 11 तारीख की मुख्यमंत्री की 10 तारीख की मुख्यमंत्री की खुद की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, जिसमें उन्होंने बताया कि 3,59,760 क्यूसेक पानी जो है वो दिल्ली में छोड़ा गया। अब आप मुझे बताइए कि पहले की दृष्टि से 78 से 88, 95, 40, 74, 80 सब समय पर, यहाँ तक कि 18 अगस्त 2019 को भी 8,28,000